National Research and Innovation Agency, a synergy in an orchestra. Established through the Presidential Regulation No. 78 of 2021 about the National Research and Innovation Agency. To enhance science and technology's contribution to the national development and to improve the research and innovation ecosystem, the National Research and Innovation Agency in an orchestra is a government agency that is established through the Presidential Regulation No. 78 Indonesia. Consists of 7 deputies, supported by 12 research institutes, have 85 research centers, Executive Secretariat, Executive Inspectorate, Center for Data and Information, Center for Technology Services, and Polytechnic Institute of Nuclear Technology, Indonesia. Through the 3 directions: science and technology resources mobilization, providing a favorable research ecosystem, building an economy foundations based on research. The presence of National Research and Innovation Agency is to achieve Indonesia's goals as a developed country in 2045. Also to make Indonesia as a global reference for sciences, bringing advantages on science and technology development, policy making, and societies.
Thank you to those who have joined the Zoom room and official YouTube BRIN Indonesia. I hope you are all doing well and in a good health. My name is Aulia, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for the ninth of ISIBio. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the conference, allow me to read the guidelines of the conference. Presenters and participants are expected to join at least 30 minutes before the conference is started. All participants, presenter and non-presenters, are expected to join as much as possible all sessions in this conference. Please kindly use the virtual background provided by the official committee. Please rename your Zoom username according to the following format. For presenters, you can type code of abstract or paper underscore name underscore institutions. As the example, P4.3 underscore Senli or Paviana underscore BRIN. As for the non-presenters, you can type P underscore name underscore institutions. For example, P underscore Senli Octaviana underscore BRIN. Please mute the microphone, especially during the presentations of the keynote speakers. And in the parallel sessions, presenters should activate the camera during their presentations. Questions from all participants are delivered using the raise hand or Q&A or chat feature in Zoom room. And when Q&A or chat feature is selected, please deliver your questions according to this format. Name, institutions, the questions, or name of the speaker, and your questions. Every sessions will be led by a moderators, and moderators will decide which questions is to be discussed or answered. All participants, both presenters and non-presenters, should fill the list of attendees via the link given in each session. Attendees are not allowed to write opinion or information that is considered offensive, racist, or immoral in nature. An organizing committee have the full right to block or remove any attendees who breaks the above rules. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the conference. The Honorable Dr. Iman Hidayat, Chairman of Research Organizations for Life Sciences and Environment, BRIN. Honorable Head of Research Center for Genetic Engineering, BRIN. Head of Research Center for Applied Microbiology, BRIN. All Head of Research Center of Research Organizations for Life Sciences and Environment, BRIN. Distinguished the needs of International Symposium of Innovative Bioproductions Indonesia on Biotechnology and Bioengineering 2022 or ISIBio. ISIBio itself has been held annually since 2012 and brings up the theme of strengthening for bioeconomy through applied biotechnology, bioengineering, and biodiversity. This year, ISIBio is proudly organized by Research Organizations for Life Sciences and Environment National Research and Innovation Agency, and in collaborations with Indonesian Biotechnology Consortium and ASEAN Federations of Biotechnology Indonesia. This conference also supported by PT Berkaniaga Medica and also Nutrilab. Ladies and gentlemen, in this conference, we'll gather academic scientists, researchers, research scholars to share their experience and research results on all aspects of biotechnology, bioengineering, and biodiversity. To begin the occasions, listening to the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please be prepared. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as the next agenda, I would like to invite Dr. Nani Rahmani, Head of Steering Committee of the 9th ISIBio, to deliver a welcome speech. Dr. Nani, time and screens are yours.
Thank you for Ms. Aulia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 9th International Symposium of Innovative Bioproduction Indonesia on Biotechnology and Bioengineering ISIBio 2022. The Honorable Chairman of Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment BRIN, Dr. Iman Hidayat, the Honorable Head of Research Center in Research Organization for Life Science and Environment BRIN, the distinguished guest keynote speakers and invited speakers, presenters, and participants. I would like to thank everyone here today for being part of this prestigious event. As the chair of the 9th ISIBio 2020 Organizing Committee, it is a tremendous honor to see you and to welcome you for participating in this symposium. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 9th ISIBio 2022 has been held annually since 2012. This year, the 9th ISIBio is organized by Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, National Research and Innovation Agency BRIN. The symposium will be held from today until tomorrow, November 24th, 2022. The topic of the symposium in this year is strengthening bioeconomy through applied biotechnology, bioengineering, and biodiversity. The aim of the symposium are to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share this experience and research results on all aspects in biotechnology, bioengineering, and biodiversity. It's also providing participants a platform for dissemination and discussion of recent innovation and the most recent and exciting development in agriculture and forestry, bioresources and biodiversity, biorefineries and circular economy, nutraceutical and natural product, biotechnology and bioinformatics, environmental sustainability, and medical sciences. This year, we have 2 keynote speakers, 8 invited speakers from Germany, Netherlands, Italy, Thailand, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Indonesia. The 9th ISIBio 2022 is attended by 172 participants, consisting of 103 oral presentations with scientific paper published in a proceedings, 18 oral presentations only, and 51 participants. I hope you all find the assignment enjoyable and rewarding experience in this symposium. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Nani. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next, may I invite Dr. Iman Hidayat, Chairman of Research Organizations for Life Sciences and Environment BRIN, to convey an opening speech. Dr. Iman Hidayat, time is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Can you listen my voice clearly? Is it clear, my voice?
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Director of Research Center for Genetic Engineering, Dr. Rati Asmananingrum, Director of Research Center for Applied Microbiology, Dr. Ahmad Fatoni, Chair of today's symposium, Dr. Nani, thank you very much. All keynote and invited speakers, all participants joining us online or maybe offline today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. I would like to firstly welcome all of you to the 9th International Symposium on for innovative bioproduction in Indonesia on Biotechnology and Bioengineering 2022, or we call it ISIBio 2020. This year, ISIBio event is the third one. As far as I know, we are holding this event in virtual format, except for the organizing committee, for Bu Nanik dan team who present offline, I think, somewhere in the room. And therefore, I greatly appreciate it for Bu Nanik and team for your taking your time to prepare the symposium and for the successful of today's symposium. My great appreciation also for the invited and keynote speakers who will share their knowledge today with all participants, and also many thanks to all participants joining in the symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, as Bu Nanik mentioned previously, that the theme for the 2022 ISIBio is strengthening bioeconomy through applied biotechnology, bioengineering, and biodiversity. For me, the theme is interesting and challenging. Why? Because it includes the words bioeconomy. Why it is interesting? Indonesia, as all of you know, is a country with rich of biodiversity, mega biodiversity. But Indonesian economy, the main pillar of Indonesian economy is not bioeconomy. Still mining industry. Indonesia is a mega biodiversity, but Indonesia is not bioindustry country. That's why it is interesting. It is our job as a scientist, as a biotechnologist, as bioengineers. This is our job. To make it happen, Indonesia is a country with a bioeconomy as a main pillar of economy. Why this is happening? Indonesia is a mega biodiversity, but Indonesia is not a bioindustry country. Why this is happening? At least there are three main factors. The first one, many of us as a biotechnology researchers work with biotechnology, bioengineering, or biodiversity, used to work with the same discipline of science. Not used to work with other background of science. We are not used to work with scientists with the background of technique or engineering, something like that. We used to work, if I'm biologist, I work with biologists. Biotechnologists work with biotechnologists. If we do like this, with what we are doing, usually do like this, then bioeconomy is still far away to reach. Because of what? Because there is no industrial product produced from a single discipline of science. All industrial product produced from multidiscipline of sciences. That's why I encourage all of you through the symposium. From now on, please work and collaborate with other scientists with different background. It will complete your invention later on. That's the first one. The second one, as a researcher, scientist, we are also, not many among all of us here, used to work with private sectors. Why private sectors? Because they are the user of our invention. So, because they are the user, then we have to know what they need. We have to meet what they require, because they need is the demand of the people. The requirement of the industry is the requirement of the international standard of the product, something like that. Therefore, we have to, I think, we have to work with different mindset. For us who not used to work with private sector, we have to use to work with them, start to work with them from the preparation of the research project, because when we are preparing our research project to meet the demand of the industry, then the product they will use definitely. So far, the black hole or the black area, why many inventions from Indonesian researchers do not used by industry, because our invention do not meet the requirement of industries. Maybe our product, our invention is very good, high standard, but do not meet the requirement. The third one is mastery the key technology. I believe that all of you are excellent researchers, but mastery the technology is different things. We have a bitter experience from pandemic COVID-19. So maybe all of you here know that since March 2020, government formed a consortium of COVID-19 researchers to produce vaccine and so on. But we failed to produce vaccine from scratch by ourselves. I mean, by ourselves, by Indonesian scientists. Indovac is not by Indonesian scientists. That's by Baylor College scientists of medicine. So we should not repeat this experience again from now on. Because what? Because in front of us, there are many challenges facing by our government, but by our people. The first one, as mentioned before, is health resilience. The second one is food security. The third one, global warming. The fourth one is environmental problems. These problems only can be solved by mastery the technology and by collaboration. So, for example, in COVID-19, the key technology is, for example, protein recombinant-based vaccine, mRNA vaccine, or virus-like particle technology, and so on. We are not mastering all of this technology. We can do, but we are not mastering. Mastery and do is different thing. We have to mastery the technology. Ladies and gentlemen, through this symposium, therefore, I would like to encourage all of you to actively discuss, sharing your knowledge, sharing your invention with other participants, to fill the gaps of your finding with other findings, something like that, to communicate so our finding become more complete and so on. I hope that you can, how can I say, you can use this event for your benefit, something like that. Because without collaboration, without sharing knowledge, then it is impossible that we can develop bioeconomy, we can answer many global challenges that await now and future. Finally, before I close my remarks, as a representative of the organizing committee of the 9th ISIBio 2022, I officially open this symposium. I would like to encourage again, please use this symposium ISIBio 2022 as a place or as how can I say, as a platform for all of you to share your knowledge, your invention, to gain new knowledge from others, and to expand your network, know each other. Because with with this network, if you expand your network, and then I believe your knowledge will be better. I think that's all that my message in the symposium. Thank you very much again to the organizing committee and all participants. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Iman. Ladies and gentlemen, as was stated on the opening speech by Chairman of Research Organizations for Life Sciences and also Environment BRIN, the NINS of ISIBio is officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is photo sessions. Please kindly activate your camera and the official committee will help to capture. And I will help to count 1, 2, 3. Please be prepared. Ready? I will count 1, 2, 3. Smile. 1, 2, 3. For the third page, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. As the limited time, the rest of the page will be captured by the official committee. For the next, we have arrived at the main agenda of today's conference, keynote and also plenary sessions that will present several speakers and also each of them will deliver interesting topics. Therefore, I would like to invite our moderator for today, Professor Dr. Diana Waturangi from University of Atmajaya. Before that, I would like to read a brief profile of her. Mrs. Diana Elizabeth Waturangi is currently a professor at Atmajaya Catholic University. As her research interests are molecular biology and microbiology, she is also an editor of Journal Microbiology and Journal of Microbiology and Biology Educations as well. She obtained her bachelor degree of biology at Bogor Agricultural University or IPB and continued her magister and doctoral degree both in microbiology at the same time and the same university. She is also awarded as an outstanding lecturer at 2010 and previously in 2009 she obtained Catholic University Association CIK Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Diana Waturangi. Dr. Diana, time is yours to lead the sessions.
Thank you very much. This morning, I'm delighted to introduce our keynote speaker. Would you please present the CV of Dr. Lily?
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, I will read CV of Dr. Lily. Our keynote speaker is Vice Executive Director of National Energy Technology Center, National Science and Technology Development Agency, Thailand. She obtained PhD and Master in Biochemistry and Biotechnology from University of Kent at Canterbury, UK, and Bachelor from Microbiology from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. She also received honor and award in 2013 Golden Medal Award from Seoul International Invention Fair and Golden Medal Award from Invention Exhibition of Geneva, Switzerland. And in the same year, also from an RCT Invention Award with H index 29, and her research interests in molecular biology, microbiome, and bioeconomy. Her topic for today is the current status of bioeconomy, circular economy, and green economy for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lily Lula Vilayci.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diana, for a very nice introduction. And yes, even I was not, in the lab anymore, but I still working closely with our researchers and policymakers in terms of connection. So I think I appreciate what Dr. Hidayat just mentioned about, what we call horizontal collaboration. That means that how we should collaborate across all sectors to make sure that all the bioeconomy and all the production could be launched commercially. So, well, basically, I will need you to share my slide. Thank you. So share and also the ISIBio organizing committee, distinguished speakers and participants. So first of all, I have to thank the organizing team for having me here today for this event, and also thank you to Dr. Puspita to connect me to this conference as well. And I'm also thankful to Professor Handoko, President of BRIN, and his executive management team, who have always supported the ASEAN BCG network and other ASEAN activities, some of which will be described later in this talk. So today, I would like to share with you Thailand's national agenda and development of this important issue in our region. Next slide, please. Well, currently, the world faces several crises, including heavily polluted environment, overuse of natural resources without proper management, which then leads to other social problems such as migration to big cities, social inequality, and poverty. To address these global challenges, Thailand has implemented the concept of bio-circular and green economy, so-called BCG, as a key to sustainable growth in the country. And we also propose this concept to our ASEAN member countries, which I will give a detail later in my talk. So back to the concept of bio-circular green economy, which is essentially integration of three not yet. Please don't change the slide yet. I'm sorry, this slide is really long, but all this is very important. Thank you. So these three important elements are bioeconomy, obviously, which is involved in the production of renewable biological resources and the conversion of these resources into value products. Then circular economy. It aims at reusing and recycling materials to maximize the value of limited resources. And there is a word called green economy, which determines to keep economy, society, and the environment in balance, leading to sustainable development. So Thailand put B and C and G together in the same concept. That means that we would intend to utilize science, technology, and innovation, or I call in short STI, to transform Thailand's comparative advantage in biological and cultural diversity to competitive advantage, focusing on four important economically important areas that I show in the slide below, namely food and agriculture, medical and wellness, energy, material and biochemical, and lastly, tourism and creative economy. So the BCG model will certainly enable the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, through the promotion of sustainable agriculture, clean energy, and responsible consumption and production. Next slide, please. Now, how does the BCG work? The principle of BCG is value creation. This is to create value from biodiversity, bioresources, and waste. So by using STI, science, technology, and innovation, higher value of products can be created, as a pyramid shown in this slide. For example, instead of selling rice for commodity, by introducing biotechnology, special ingredients or chemical can be extracted from rice and use it in nutraceutical with higher market value. So this value creation concept can also be applied in BCG across all sectors, as shown in this slide. Next, please. Now, I would like to give examples of some important sectors in Thailand, starting with agriculture and food. Challenges that Thailand is facing in agriculture and food sector, and maybe similar to some countries in ASEAN, are the disproportion between the labor force and the contribution to GDP. Excessive use of chemicals which are mostly imported from abroad, and low production efficiency in comparison to advanced technology countries like China or the US. So in order to lower production costs and improve productivity, of course, STI should be employed. For example, new cash crops and farm animal which are developed through plants and animal breeding research will enable by advanced biotechnology. Also vaccine for economically important farm animals, and also premium herbal products which can be achieved with green extraction technology, bioactive compound screening, and nano encapsulation. Next, please. An example here is collaboration among public-private people partnership, or we call 4P approach, in 5 provinces of Thailand, namely Ratchaburi, Lampang, Khon Kaen, Chanthaburi, and Phatthalung. So models have been applied to several commodities, namely sugarcane, coconut, cattle, and pig. This is in an attempt to increase 2 to 5% of economic value and environmental friendly and sustainable operation. This area have also been promoted for ecotourism. So several approaches have been applied in this area to increase this economic value, either increase the way that farmers doing their farming operation, or increase changing the way that people do the packaging, for example. And in all, we need the collaboration with the local communities as well. So those are the model that we started in Thailand, and now I believe that it's spread to all over many provinces in Thailand. Next slide, please. So as using STI, we have example at Biotech NASDA. We have the center called, National Center of Biotechnology. We call it in short Biotech. So there we have conducted microbial evaluation from culture collection, so-called TBRC, or Thailand Bioresource Research Center. So with this, we use it for agriculture, including biocontrol agent. And currently there are several fungi used as biocontrol agent, such as Beauveria, Isaria, and Paecilomyces. And this technology is systematically transferred to several farmer communities in Thailand for efficient use in several economic crops. The reason I said it is systematic transfer, because we don't just from research in the lab, we transfer directly to the local community, but of course we have to have several media that help us in transferring process. That means maybe you can use the local university so they can interact closely to the area. We also use the Ministry of the Agriculture units that are already embedded in the communities. So with that, we can use them as a trainer to train the farmers to use this kind of technology and make it more sustainable in the area. Next, please. So the area of medical and wellness sectors, we see growth opportunity in Thailand in areas of enhancement of local cosmetic manufacturing, which are mostly SMEs, upgrading the supply of local herb, both in terms of quality and quantity, and also technology that helps extraction and purifying bioactive compounds is a focus in this case as well. For higher value products and services, we can see that the medical devices and supplies as a promising sector, along with the steady expansion of medical and wellness tourism after the pandemic. Also, the local API or active pharmaceutical ingredients and biopharma manufacturing is also in an acceleration pace in Thailand. Next, please. So in terms of energy, material, and biochemical, Thailand is one of the top producers and exporters of several agricultural commodities, but they are sold at low value. So more than 40 million tons of biomass are underutilized, yet 67% of our energy are imported. And I'm sure this situation also happened in several countries in ASEAN. So this gap presents opportunity for technology and innovation to be employed. And one of our focus is biorefinery technology that enable the conversion of biomass into energy, chemicals, and biomaterials. And this significantly raises the value of these crops and their byproducts. So the initiatives include biofuel derived from industrial waste, biomass to energy, and also biodegradable plastic. And of course, like all sectors in BCG, it needs collaboration among all players and integrative efforts of technologies. Next. So here I would like to give you some example at biotech. NASTA, again, to establish the biorefinery process, different research teams closely collaborated, from utilization of biomass, enzyme discovery from microbial collection, TBRC, and also bioprocessing for product production. So one of the important factors is having infrastructure and platform that comply with various types of biomass and target products, as shown here. This is like the combination of integration of the efforts of several labs that work together to make sure that this can happen. But this will still not enough. We in the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. We have to have like each step should be customized and make sure that it's optimized, and so it can be linked together more efficiently. And this shows the important factor to expedite the utilization of microbes. So what we need here is the efficient and well accessible microbial bioresources center, and I'm sure that in Indonesia you also have the very nice bioresource center in BRIN as well. And also we also here in this slide, apart from bioresource center, we also need the high throughput screening platform to efficiently evaluate microbes, to make sure that it will be fast and very high throughput and very efficient. And lastly, robust production system that can be industrially scaled up. Next, please. Again, at Biotech NASDA, the bioprocessing platform also includes the strain development, which the new hosts have been developed, optimization process via high throughput system, and also pre-pilot scale development for genetically modified microbes that produce the target products. And of course, to make sure that all research output can directly be transferred to industry, Thai government has also invested more in the larger facility called EECI, or Eastern Economic Corridor of Innovation, and with the infrastructure for pilot scale production for microbial products in Thailand. Next, please. So EECI, which has officially been launched on 16 this month, that means that's already launched, is situated at Wangjan Valley, Rayong province. And this has been the government and private partnership project with several infrastructure for BCG economy concepts, and one of which is biorefinery pilot plant, which will be fully operated in 2023. And with that, it's with several systems that can accommodate the GM production as well. GM is mean genetically modified organism production in this facility as well. So it's kind of the facility that really help with the BCG in action. Next, please. And of course, the last but not least important sector that I want to share today is the tourism and creative economy. So before the COVID-19, Thailand had 40 million foreign tourists coming annually, and we earn over 100 billion baht from the tourism industry. However, the revenue concentrated usually on only 8 out of 77 provinces. So that is a lot of expansion possibility there, both in terms of spreading to the secondary cities as well as targeting higher income segments. And in terms of creative economy, the estimated current value is around 10 to 12% of the GDP, mainly from handicraft and fashion. So in this sector, we see opportunity post-COVID-19 in areas like digitizing the payment system with the public payment gateway for tourism business, rehabilitated top tourism destination and secondary city destination, sustainable goods and services with the circular design and green technology, as well as the opportunity in the new target segment like agritourism, low carbon tourism, and knowledge tourism. Next, please. So in Thailand, to make sure that there is a related policy to drive BCG, 13 measures have been proposed by the BCG board that chaired by the Thai Prime Ministers, and NASDA is the secretariat. As listed on this slide, which I will not go into detail now, but we could share the slide presentation, of course, and you can look at this later. So this is like to-do list for all sectors, including all ministry, private sectors, and local communities to achieve BCG goals. Next, please. And here are some BCG activities that have already been initiated by several sectors in Thailand to support the BCG ecosystem. For example, hold on. I'm not sure, like maybe someone tried to mute me. Please don't mute me. Okay. Okay. So the first is the investment incentive provided by the BOI, such as corporate tax exemption, already given to more than 50 BCG related activities, investment promotion for the circular economy and carbon reduction. Also, the low interest loan provided by Thai commercial banks for the green businesses, and the forestry carbon project in which enterprises engaging in the forestry carbon projects on the government's land, receiving 90% share of carbon credits, and S&T infrastructure investment like ECI that I just showed you, and policy support on BCG. So here is like several things that a Thai government doing in terms of promoting the BCG in business. Next, please. So BCG in action is not only one of the key elements to directly drive the SDG or Sustainable Development Goal, but also in line with several national plans and strategy. For example, Green Growth Strategy by Japan and in several countries as well. And we also learned that, in fact, most ASEAN member states or AMS embrace the sustainable concept in their national plans. For example, Singapore with the Singapore Green Plan 2030, emphasizing on clean energy, green economy, and sustainable living. Malaysia also launched National Green Technology Policy, focusing on energy, smart building, transportation, and waste management. Indonesia has launched National Green Growth Roadmap, which features green growth opportunity in each sector, including policy and investment. And Philippines had National Climate Change Action Plan, which will be spanned until 2028. focusing on important issues like food, water, energy, and capacity building. So from this example, it is clearly shown that AMS already moved forward with this concept of a sustainable development, and this is in line with Thai's national agenda BCG, Biocircular and Green Economy that I just mentioned. So this means we, ASEAN, is heading in the same direction, which is to preserve our environment, initiate active measure to promote green growth, and using STI to convert our biodiversity into high-value product that is also safe for our environment. It is therefore timely to set initiative under the same goal for ASEAN to ensure that together we could have efficient and resilient development plan, especially post-COVID-19. So the so-called ASEAN BCG network has therefore been set up. The network has already been endorsed in the ASEAN Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, or ASEAN COSTI, and also in the ASEAN Informal Ministerial Meeting on STI in 2021. And the network itself becomes the ASEAN priority to be delivered in 2022 and 2023. Next, please. So the network is essentially a coalition of public, private, and non-governmental organizations in ASEAN with strong interest in biocircular and green economy. It aims to strengthen ASEAN capacity in research, development, and technology diffusion to enable the adoption of applicable technology for sustainable development. And the network itself will serve as a gateway to catalyze collaboration within ASEAN and other research technology demonstration, technology localization, and importantly, potential commercialization on BCG. Next, please. So we expect that this ASEAN BCG network will benefit not only just researchers and innovators, but also to business sector and policymakers, and not just in ASEAN, but the network is expected to be the part of global network and work together with others to achieve the Global Sustainable Development Goal, or SDG. Next, please. So the ASEAN BCG network planning consists of 3 phases as shown here. At the first phase, the focus is on building awareness and understanding of BCG economy among all sectors and among all ASEAN countries. So during this phase, we also call for members, and together with the development of framework for ASEAN BCG network implementation. And the following year has been devoted to capacity building and exchanging information. And the expected outcome is the capacity building program for the AMS. And the last phase will focus on collaborative project as well as co-creating mechanism among AMS, including those infrastructure sharing and capacity building among AMS and with dialogue partners. We are now moving towards phase 2, which will emphasize on capacity building among AMS. Next. So our upcoming activity is ASEAN BCG Researcher Development Program. Essentially, it aims to support the capacity building for researchers in ASEAN, especially early career researchers. So the course will include several skills important for them. For example, science communication, building the research network, and of course, understanding and driving the SDG in ASEAN. There will be 2 phases. Phase 1 will be online program. Then the phase 2 will be the on-site workshop in which the selected candidates will be sponsored by the host, which is NASDA, and the funding agency in Thailand called PMUB. So if you are interested, please scan this barcode and please register. The deadline will be by 15th of January 2023. So you still have plenty of time to join. Okay, so I think that's it. Yes, so I will stop my presentation here. And if you are interested to learn more about ASEAN BCG network or interested to join us, please contact us at aseanbcg@nasta.or.th or see more detail on our website that presented in this slide. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lula Wilaichi. This really enlightened us on the idea of Thai bioeconomy, circular and green economy, which enable sustainable development goal and also to ensure sustainable biodiversity and bioresources to protect environment and community. We will have discussion after the third speaker. So for those of the participants already come up with a question, you may start to write it down on the chat box, and please don't forget to mention the question to whom the question is going to be addressed.
Sorry, Dr. Diana.
Yes.
You might have to leave earlier due to my prior engagement. I'm not sure if you have any quick question for me.
Oh, okay. So for Dr. Lily, we can have a question and answer right now, since we have like more than 10-minute discussion. So for question, can we use a chat box or also directly using so just raise your hand if any question from the audience. Okay, maybe question from me, Dr. Lily. Just would like to maybe comment from you if like this is the great idea of Thai policy, right? So just a short comment, maybe if all the countries start to use the model like BCG model, BCG system, and how powerful is program to overcome or at least to minimize the effect of climate change?
Oh, that's a very good question, because I think this BCG concept is directly want to address the climate change problem, because we don't just think about bioeconomy and competitiveness in terms of economy, but we also think about the balance in terms of environmental impact as well as a society. So that means that a lot of issue that we create or innovate, we have to think about the environment. For example, like we promote more in terms of alternative energy, not using oil and gas, but try to use the platform that produce less carbon emission, for example. So that kind of thing is actually in line with the solving the climate crisis. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
But I think the other good thing about the BCG model is not just using STI, but we also promote the collaboration among all sectors. That means that the way we do is we use the Prime Minister is follow up every 6 months on the progress of this, and with that meeting we have all the ministries, the ministers of all ministries sit together, and he follow up with all the sectors to see if there are any progresses. So everything can go very quickly. A lot of law and acts that sometimes quite slow, it can progress very quickly, and that's the way we can solve the climate challenges, because otherwise in the normal circumstance it will not happen.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And from Thai experience, usually this is very great idea regarding the collaboration and all of the applicable program. Who usually initiate the collaborative project? I mean, this is from research center or university or government? from your experience?
Okay, so so that if from my experience, it's a long experience. Well, there are various kind of experiences, but with the BCG model, the good thing is that we get the industry to be the part of it, and they have to invest as well, not just come and sit and then tell us what's the problem, what they want, but they have to invest. So you can see like EECI that I mentioned, it's like the PTT is the largest company in Thailand, also invest in the land, invest in many infrastructure as well. So they, with that, it's kind of like make things going on, and other smaller company want to follow. So I think that's how it happens. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. And it's one question from the audience. What is the main obstacle in the implementation of BCG in Thailand?
Yeah, well, there are a lot of many obstacles, of course. Like when you say you want the collaboration, but then who will be be the coordinator? I think that's very important, and I think NASDA play that role in terms of being the coordinator, because we are in the center of technologies, and we also can link with everyone, both private and government. So I think the coordination of that is important, and we try to solve that by having the many structures of the committees. For example, we have 11 subcommittees take care of each subject, and these committees was chaired by the private sector, but NASDA is the secretariat. So NASDA is the secretariat of all committees, like including the one that's chaired by the prime ministers. So everything is seamlessly connected and coordinated. So I think the one thing that important to make the project, any project, successful is you need a very good coordination. I think that's my key. I mean, of course, you can save money, budgets, others, but that's also the problem. But I think the coordination is the most important. If you get it right, 50% is already success.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Dr. Puspita.
Hi, Puspita, how are you? Nice to see
How are
you.
you? Thank you very
Hi.
much, Dr. Lily, for a very nice presentation. I have one question about the involvement of industries in BCGs that, maybe we have to build up together in ASEAN at least. How Thailand create the startup companies on bio-based product, to produce bio-based product. Would you share your experiences on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a very good question, and it's very difficult to answer because it's like there are many angles to it. Because when you talk about startup, you talk about technologies, right? It can start from the lab. It can be, the person who created could be the researchers, or it could create it from like SME that want the products from the lab, and then they can value created that product and have their own company for that. So there are several kind of things, but I think the problem, not the problem, but I think the main factor that we need in every country, but also I think it's happened in Indonesia as well, is that you need a great platform, efficient platform to support your startups or SME. And in Thailand, we have also NASDA also work in terms of having a small incubation unit, having the startup system, but we also have other organizations in Thailand that promote this kind of startups as well. There are several, mechanisms. Either they give out the funding, give out the loan with the no interest, or and NASDA also share the technology with the smaller license fee. So there are several things, but of course, the startup itself, and also there are some other like investment day that they can do the pitching and like kind of have the competition, and before the competition they also teach you how to pitch and do several other things. So there are plenty of activities that help to promote that. But then I think it's, in the end of the day, I think it's important to look at the technologies, if it's really scalable, if it's really commercially available. And I think our role as the researcher are very important. And I think we need to evaluate our own technology very well and work closely to the commercially commercially oriented people, so they know what. I think it's similar to what Dr. Hidayat just mentioned, that need to work closely with the industry to know their mind, to know what they need, and then technology and this connected. But of course, the platform government need to support, but as a researcher, you need to have a very good technology and commercial with the commercial potential, I think. Sorry, I might not answer very quickly, but this is my idea. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lily. Yeah, we also in BRIN, we try to work close together with industry. We open the facilities, research facility for all of the people. But it's, as you mentioned, it's still really difficult to build the startup companies on a bio-based product. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I still want to add that still, even about the startup, the coordinator is important. Sometimes you need person who understand both products and both business, and to help you with that, to follow through, to make sure that it's go to the end, and it succeed this goal. Otherwise, sometimes you will be in the situation where the researcher was told that, oh, okay, if you want to do this, you have to see this person, and then when you finish this, you have to see another person, and then you go to another person. It's like it never ends, and then the researchers just give up, because they said it's better to just go back and publish, right? So I think it's important to curate or develop those coordinators. And I think I have to go back to the course that I just mentioned to you. This is for the researchers or for the scientists who want to be, in the end, you can coordinate everything as well. So this ASEAN researcher program, I encourage you all to look at it, and maybe encourage your young scientists in your lab to apply, because there is an age limit. It's like 35, so not more than 35. So please encourage your younger generation to look into this course, and maybe you can be trained to be, not just a researcher, but you can be coordinating many important projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Lily. So actually the keyword is one person who can facilitate, right? Both of the science and also management and business. Okay, have a great day, Dr. Lily.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
So we would like to continue for our plenary session. Okay. Our first plenary session is with the topic Waste Biorefinery Toward a Sustainable Circular Bioeconomy, a Solution to Global Issues. He's the president of International Bioprocess Association Malaysia, Director, Sustainable Food Processing Research Center, University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Co-Director, Future Food Malaysia, Professor of Biochemical Engineering, Department of Chemical and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Science and Engineering, University of Nottingham, Malaysia. His research interest is in biochemical engineering, bioprocess engineering, microalgae technology, bioenergy, and biorefinery. He also received honor and award from Tan Sri Emeritus Professor Agustin Ong International Special Award on 2021 and on 2020 APEC Science Prize for Innovation, Research and Education Aspire Malaysia Award. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our plenary session speaker, Professor Paul Locke Shaw.
All right, everybody, good morning. All right, please allow me to share my screen right now. All right, this is the screen. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so let me start with my presentation today. I given 20 minutes, so I hope that you will bear with me 20 minutes. I will try my best to finish it within the time given. So this is my first slide. This is not my last slide. Yeah, I always start with thank you. I want to thank the 9th International Symposium for Innovation Bioprocess Indonesia on Biotechnology and Bioengineering 2022. So my name is Shopal, can call me Paulo. I'm from Nottingham, Malaysia. So next slide, please. Right, so just a quick introduction about myself. I believe just how Professor Diana have mentioned about it. Yeah, so just a little bit talk about myself. Actually, currently I'm a technology advisor under this high-value, high-tech agriculture Ministry of Agriculture in Malaysia. So in this, actually, I'm the advisor whenever there is a new project, new proposal, and also new finding from this Malaysia agriculture. So I'm working on this. Also a university ranking advisor under this High Mocha University. Also a founder and president of International Bioprocess Society in Malaysia. Director of Food Processing Research Center, Nottingham, Malaysia, as well as co-director of Future Food Malaysia, because excellent. So I just got promoted to become a full professor in biochemical engineering 2019. It's a very young professor, I can say. I also visiting professor in this Wenzhou University. I got my PhD in bioprocess engineering in 2 years, as well as right after my PhD, I further another degree we call PGCG, current fellow of higher education academic, chartered chemical engineer, which is ICAME, as well as next please. As well as fellow of Industry of Chemical Engineering. So I also Asia Chinese and professional engineer, professional technology, and corporate member of IEM. Right. So just a quick introduction about myself. As mentioned just now, our research actually covered in three areas. The first one is a bioprocess from upstream to downstream. Second is separation and purification engineering. The third one is more toward biorefinery. We call it a microalgae biorefinery. So in these three research area, I will combine it. I will share with you how we work together in the teams, yeah, in the big umbrella. So let's move to the next slide, please. So today's topic, I will share with you what is the waste biorefinery towards a sustainable circular bioeconomy, a solution to global issue. Yeah, because what I'm going to highlight today, actually we divide into 3 topics. The first topic, which is I will share with you what is microalgae first. So after microalgae, I will share with you what is biorefinery, because I believe biorefinery is very important in this circular economy. Then I will share with what is artificial intelligence. Then I will share with you the latest technology developed by our team. We call it liquid biophasing system. All right, next slide, please. Right, so first of all, what is algae? Because everybody heard about algae. Actually, algae, you can get it from a lot of water, seawater, fresh water, as well as the wastewater. Right, so next slide, please. Right, so you can see algae. We have a lot of products. Yeah, a lot of it's actually algae. We can say it's a plant-based. Yeah, you can synthesize a lot of products. So just next, please. So you can see algae actually is a plant which can grow rapidly. I can say can grow very rapidly. Can grow multiple times within a day. Grow with the help of carbon dioxide, which is free of charge, because what we want is reduce carbon dioxide and with free sunlight, as well as nutrient-rich water. Nutrient-rich water can be wastewater, can be seawater, and can be fresh water as well. The range of this actually came from unicellular to multicellular. Unicellular meaning that single cell, multicellular, multiple cell, resize from 0.5 micrometer, which we consider microalgae, which we only use. We cannot see using our naked eyes. We only can see by our microscope. While like a macroalgae, which is big algae, which can long as big as 100 meters, we call macroalgae. In layman term, we call seaweed. Right, next slide, please. Right, so this is the composition of microalgae. So you can see we have required sunlight, which is free of charge. We have available better of sunlight, yeah, especially in the area Indonesia as well in Malaysia. Water can be wastewater, fresh water, and seawater. Inorganic carbon, which is carbon dioxide, and also NPK, which is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So the main composition in microalgae divide into three. The first one is a carbohydrate, which can have a lot of byproduct. As an example, we have bioethanol, bioprotanol, bioplastic, which is a product can get from microalgae. While protein is the main protein, I believe you heard about spirulina, right? Spirulina actually is a microalgae, which can produce a lot of protein. Can make in animal feed, can make in the biofertilizer, human nutrients. While for lipid, you can make a lot of biofuel, yeah, example biodiesel and nutraceuticals. Right, so next please. So we cannot forget also that is a very minor things compound available in this microalgae, example vitamin, mineral, pigment, and also polyunsaturated fatty acids. So this actually very important. Why I say so, because all this, right, you cannot get in most of the animal, the food that we eat, but you can get it from microalgae. Right, so next slide, please. Right, this is a short video. I'm not sure you're able to see it or not. Try to play it. You're able to play the short video here. I think it's a sour actually, yeah. There's the audio. Can you play the audio as well? Maybe let me share my screen.
10,000 million by 2050?
Yes,
How
correct.
can we produce 60% more food than today in just 3 decades, when the climate change and eroded soils are greatly affecting agricultural productivities? With this critical scenario, we need to find innovative solutions to help us tackle the problems. In this context, microalgae have real potential to contribute towards the sustainable development. But what do you really know about microalgae? Microalgae are microorganisms that first appeared on Earth around 3,000 millions of years ago and created the atmosphere as we know it today. They are the first organisms that performed oxygenic photosynthesis and are therefore the origin of all known plant-based life. They are the reason why we have oxygen on Earth. And still today, microalgae living in the oceans provide us with more than half of the oxygen we have. Also known as phytoplankton, they are the first link in the aquatic food chain. However, we have not paid much attention to them until now, because we now know that they have great potential to improve our lives in many ways. There are more than 60,000 different species, all of them with different biochemical composition and properties, hence with many different potential applications. Furthermore, they are highly productive, even allowing a daily harvest. They don't compete with conventional agriculture since they don't need fertile lands to be grown. And they are an inexhaustible source of biochemical richness, including proteins, omega-3 fatty acids, carbohydrates, carotenoids, polysaccharides, vitamins or phytohormones, among many others. Thanks to this composition and their biodiversity, they are a raw material with immense potential for application in many different sectors. Microalgae can be a key part of the solution because they are a source of clean, sustainable, and inexhaustible biofuels. Because they are one of the most efficient CO2 biofixation systems in the world. Because they are a novel food source cataloged as the food of the millennium by the FAO of the United Nations. But more importantly, Microalgae-derived products are already playing a key role in considerably increasing productive yields in agriculture, aquaculture, and animal production. For all these reasons, we not only owe microalgae life as we know it, but also the improvement of our lives in the coming years. They are our origin, but they are also our future.
So this is a video about, actually this video is talking about the whole summary, what is microalgae, what is the composition, why we need microalgae. So as per the video mentioned that microalgae actually is our origin, because our human exist in the world, there's microalgae really. And microalgae also our future. Why? Because microalgae can be a future food, can be a future fuel as well. Right, so let me proceed to the second topic that I will share with you, which is why microalgae biorefinery. So you can see in microrefinery, as I mentioned just now, right, we have lipid, protein, carbohydrate, and other pigment. We call it algae biomass. Because this is microalgae, we have a plant-based, we already take cell wall. We need to undergo a pre-treatment to break the cell wall. So what is the pre-treatment that we can apply it? We can sonification, microwave, enzymatic, hydrothermal, pulse electric, and also thermal shock. So this is a pre-treatment to break the cell wall. After breaking the cell wall, right, so you can see a carbohydrate, lipid, and protein. Undergo fermentation, you will see a lactic acid. So for lipid undergo transfiguration, you have produced glycerol and diesel. So you can see some lactic acid as well. So for protein, you can undergo some process. You will produce fertilizer, supplement, and also food product. So all these processes, right, you will involve wastewater. So for the wastewater, yeah, you can reuse it, recycle it, and for the cultivation of microalgae. So the whole process actually we call it microalgae biorefinery. So you can see it actually is a circular economy as well as zero waste discharge from the system. Right, next slide, please. Right, so next topic I will share with you is why we want to put artificial intelligence in the system. Because we sometimes we need to think in the positive way. Even we can see pandemic give a big impact, but pandemic also give us some benefit, which is we have no choice, cannot go to lab. So we have to learn something from home. So that's why in my team, right, we develop artificial intelligence in this microalgae biorefinery. Next slide, please. So I will share with you what is artificial intelligence. So actually, just a quick preview of artificial intelligence, actually referring to a simulation of human intelligence. So actually, we are going to train a machine that are programmed to think like a human and mimic their actions. So whatever that you think, whatever that you want to do, you can do the coding, programming, and do the simulation of it. So we call it artificial intelligence. So our team will develop this artificial intelligence in this photobioreactor, as well as to using mobile phone to do the real-time monitoring of the cultivation process, extraction. So next slide, please. So just to recap for you, yeah, what is the first industrial revolution? We focus on steam engine. While next please, second revolution, we focus on electric motorized assembly line. That's where you can see a conveyor belt, a lot of conveyor belt in the industry. Third one, actually, we focus on roboting with a robot. This way you can see a robotic arm. For industry revolution, with a lot of people talking about production of system that learn and adapt the predictions. So this is we call our fourth industry. So after that, we combine everything together. We come up with a system we call a liquid biorefinery system. Actually, it's a new biorefinery techniques. So let me share with what is liquid biorefinery system. Right, next slide, please. So liquid biorefinery actually is a liquid partitioning method of two liquid phases. So we involve a liquid system in the system. Actually, we involve two liquid together. So in our team, we successfully recover as separate magnetic compound. So some example I can share with color pigment, protein, carbohydrate, lipid, vitamin, mineral, enzyme, neutral, aroma, heavy metal, active. So whatever that you mentioned, that we name it, so we can use this liquid biorefinery to do the separations. So in the next slide, I will share with you how to do this liquid biorefinery system. So in order to prepare liquid biorefinery system, actually very simple, just mixing and shaking. Just how you make coffee. I believe you coffee, you need coffee, creamer, sugar, and also hot water. So in this liquid biorefinery system, actually very simple. You just mix everything. There is another gradient force. In this liquid biorefinery system, there is two main factors affecting the system. The first one is the phase forming component. Just like make coffee, you need Arabica coffee bean or Robusta coffee bean. So you can see you can add a self-destructive agent as separation pressure agent. So the first step, actually, you put all this together. Then you can see next step is you have the phase separate. It can be a salt, sugar, iron liquid, all this. So you can see all the particular right potential on top. This we add as a separation and purification agent. Right. Next slide, please. So The next thing I want to share with you are the smart agriculture technology in liquid biopharmacy system. So what is smart agriculture technology? Actually, smart things meaning that we implement the artificial intelligence system. So agriculture technology actually combining upstream and downstream together. So how work in? Actually, one phase you can see is a phase forming component. Phase forming component can be iron liquid, can be polymer, can be salt, can be sugar, plus a feed which is nutrient, medium, and microalgae biomass. We do the normal cultivation or process. After that, we heat it above critical storage temperature. A lot of people will question why we need to heat it, because we deal with live organism. Heat will involve a lot of energy, but in that case, we don't heat too high. We only heat 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. We want to see the two phases. On top, after heating process, you can see top phase consists by product and water. You just remove the water, you got your pure product. Pure product can be lipid, protein, carbohydrate, DHA, pigment, whatever that you want to extract. Bottom phase consists of phase forming component biomass, which you can recycle. So this is how we work together. We call it our bottom phase recycling system. Of course, we put the smart extractive system. So this video we can share with you how we do the simulation of simulator of cultivation and biorefinery microalgae. Yeah. So you can see from this video, right, this is a single step extraction. So we're using alga culture separation by this. So at the same time, we cultivate the microalgae. At the same time, we do the extraction of microalgae active compound from microalgae. So you can see after the harvesting system, we heat up the critical solution temperature. You can see two phases. Yeah, two phases. Top phase you can see are all biomass. Right. So after that, after the critical solution temperature, right? So maybe 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, you see the two phases. On the biomass, we break the cell wall and we will partitioning to the bottom phase. So on top of it, right, you can see a thin layer of oil. Bottom phase, you can see a water. And this one is a biomass used to recycle. Yeah, why we claim it as smart? Because we put some sensor and we can put a Wi-Fi. This one we can monitor using our handphone. So time to time we can see the concentration of the biomass, concentration of water, and concentration of our oil layer on top. So this is why we claim it as a smart technology. Yeah, this method we already patented and we use it in mining industry. So let's proceed with waste biorefinery toward sustainable circular economy, a solution to global issue or not. Yeah, actually, yes, I can say we need to have a right combination at the right time in the right place. Yeah, because a lot of things happen around there. So I think this is our new book. I can just want to share with you. Actually, starting from 2019, we think that application is not enough to reach a wider audience. That's why we come up with a books. So first book we produce, we call Bioprocess Engineering. Second book is that we have is liquid biopharmacy system that I will share with you. The third book actually we produce the prospect of Industry 5.0 in binary manufacturing. So you can have a look. I think the latest book that we produced this year, we call it Microalgae for Environmental Biotechnology. So this is the latest book that we produced. Actually, you can check the book in most of the bookstore and also Google book already. Right, next slide, please. All right. So this is the next slide. I think this next slide is a lot of information, yeah, to share with you our website as well as to keep in touch. I believe some of you may be shy to ask questions now, so you can text me or email me anytime that you want. Right. So this is my WhatsApp, my Facebook, my Talk, and my Zalo, and my WeChat as well. So this is my website. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shaw, on very interesting presentation on how beneficial of biorefinery of microalgae, with the emphasis on novel purification and separation using liquid biphasic systems or circular bioeconomy. So we will have discussion after one more plenary speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, let's continue to the second plenary session. Our speaker for the second plenary session is Dr. Tony Hadibarata. He's an associate professor from Faculty of Engineering and Science, Curtin University, Malaysia, and also a young professor on Center for Coastal Disaster Mitigation and Rehabilitation Studies, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, University of Diponegoro, Indonesia. He obtained PhD and master degree in environmental chemistry and microbiology from Ehime University, Japan, and Bachelor of Science from University of Mula Warman, Indonesia. His research interests in environmental chemistry, environmental microbiology, environmental engineering, bioremediation of toxic pollutants, water and wastewater treatment, and also in microbial enzyme with H index 37. Please welcome our plenary speaker, Dr. Tony Hadibarata.
Very good morning. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so very good mornings, everyone. So today I would like to share my research about research advance on biodegradations and bioremediations of emerging pollutants. Next slide, please. Okay. This all about waters. In Malaysia, the situation is 90% of water supply in Malaysia is came from the rivers. Unfortunately, the pollutions of river is increasing. So until now, I have the data until 2019, still 10 polluted rivers as well as 49 slightly polluted rivers. So the pollutions is came from the point source, from the sewage treatment plants, manufacturing, agro-based industry, as well as from non-point source from the agricultural activity, plantation, and surface runoff. Next, please. Okay. The problems in the wastewater treatment system in Malaysia is only effective for the conventional pollutant, as well as the BOD, COD, THS, and so on and so on. But there is no parameters effective for the emerging contaminants removals, as we see from the tables. Most of them still showing low removings for the emerging contaminant. So it is very important to create the effective treatments, especially for the emerging contaminants. Next, please. Okay, the emerging contaminant is the pollutant. Actually, the pollutants has been detected in the water bodies. But the problem is there is no regulations, no regulation, no policy, or no environmental laws to manage or to arrange about this kind of pollutants. So in this study, I will focusing on the pH, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, as well as the microplastics. If you check the publication of these two emerging contaminants, increasing year by year. Next, please. Okay, so we start from the biodiversity in Southeast Asia. As we know that Southeast Asia or ASEAN regions is having a highest biodiversity, including the non-wood product. We are focusing later in the non-wood products. So until 2015, 206.5 million hectares of forest cover Southeast Asia, but currently the problem is the deforestation, increasing year by year. Here the data, we can see the data that increasing of deforestation from 2001 until 2016, as well as the increasing of the productions forest. Next, please. Okay, this is the Sarawak. Sarawak is 37% of Malaysian regions, consisting 800,000 of protected areas, national parks, wildlife, nature reserve, and currently Sarawak has 15 national parks and open to visitor as the tourist destination in Sarawak. Okay, so here we focusing on the mushroom, the mushrooms that we want to utilize. Next, please. Okay, this is the utilization of mushrooms in biotechnology for biopulpings, for the brewings and the reproduction, as well as the fermentations. But in this study, I would like to focus on the environmental management. Environmental management utilize some enzymes extracted from the mushrooms, such as the lactase, the phenolxidase, lipase, peroxidase, and phytase. Next, please. Okay, maybe this is everybody already know, but the type of wood decay fungi. We have three types of fungi: white roots, brown root, and So I've wrote that why we use this fungi, because the similarity of the lignin, because the fungi, the component of woods can be degraded by the fungi. And we estimate that if the fungi can degrade the wood component, especially lignins, so the fungi can degrade the organic pollutants, especially the benzene rings pollutants. Next, please. There is 6 categories for the enzymes, but for the environmental remediations, only 3 playing roles: oxidoreductase, transferase, and hydrolase. So in this study, I will focusing on the oxidoreductase as well as hydrolase. Here, because these 2 enzymes is more effective for the pH as well as the microplastic. Next, please. Okay, the 3 ligninolytic enzymes is consisting 3 types: the lignin peroxidase, lacase, and manganese peroxidase. Every enzymes has characteristic. For the lignins, need the peroxidase to degrade or to substrate or to oxidize the pollutants, and for lacase need the oxygens, and for the manganese peroxidase, similar with the lignins, but need the ionic manganese ions for the process. Next, please. And the lacase is one of the powerful enzymes due to the effectivity for degradations various pollutants, including the emerging contaminants. So there is 2 types of oxidations. First is direct without any addition of mediators, and the second is indirect with the additions of mediators. Of course, the 2 types oxidations can degrade the pollutants, but mediators increasing the times and the process for transformations. Next, please. Okay, we are starting from the pH. We start from the beginnings, the screenings of the mushroom. So I collect 800 for Basidiomycetes from several national park in Sarawak, Piasau, Lambir, Nia, Simalajo, and Baku. And these various forests, representing the hill mountainous tropical forest, the wetland forest, as well as the swamp forest. So the fungi is isolated using the agar mediums, and we check the effectivity or the resistances in 4 indicators. We use the poly R47H, Remazole brilliant blue R, guaiacol, as well as the Senegal dacin. You can see that structure of this indicator is similar with the structure of the emerging contaminant. And then we screen based on the growing as well as the decolorization, and we identify the names of the fungi. Next, please. Okay, this is some of the pictures that collected from the forest. We collect 459 species during the wet seasons and 345 species during the dry season. So 62% is belong to the saprophytic fungi, and as well as the edible 38%, as well as the inedible. Next, please. So the identifications of the fungi was conducted by microscopic, by observing, touching, smelling, testing, microscopics by the measure the size and shape of the spore as well as the arrangement of the spores, and the finals, the molecular identifications by sequencing of PCR amplified part of the 18S RNA with the universal primer. Next, please. And the degradations process conducted like this. This is the flow. The flow of the experiments. First, the media preparations, and then culturing, incubation for several days, extraction using several solvent combination, including the separations using the column chromatography, And for the enzymes productions was identified or with the UV fish spectrophotometers with some substrates. For the detection of the metabolites is checking using the GCMS, GCMS, the finals, but we have to check also the melting points, the UV fish, as well as the TLC. And then we compare the results of the sample with the standards in the GCMS, or we can compare with the synthesis if we don't have the compounds, also checking in the library of the GCMS. Next, please. Okay, this is the mechanisms. The mechanisms, if the mycelia grow, they will produce the enzyme. There is the enzymes. The enzymes will extract to the liquid culture, and liquid culture will oxidize the pollutants, the pollutants in the liquid mediums, and convert it into the simple structure of chemical. And if the simple structure is composed, the compound will be absorbed to the fungal body and degraded in the fungal body. So we compare the sample with the standards library as well as the synthesis using the UV fish, melting point, TLC, GCMS, and FTIR. Next, please. So we can see here that most of the pH, penantrans, anthracene, and pyrines, 3 rings and 4 rings pH was degraded, was degraded more than 60%. The question is the pollutants, or are the pollutants eliminated by biosources or by biotransformations? So we have to check letters. Next, please. Okay, here we can see that we found some metabolites, some metabolites from the penantrans, from the anthracenes, as well from the pyrene, and as well as the fungi that playing role in the degradations. We can see from the right columns. So we can conclude that the removal of the pH in the culture is conducted by the transformations process. Next, please. Okay, this is the pathway of the penantrans degradation. Basically, the most of the pH consisting the Bay regions and K region, and these regions, these both region is most active in compared with the other regions. So we can see here that the K regions was oxidized, by the enzymes to form depending acids, 1-hydroxy-2-nitric acids, hydroxybenzoic acid, as well as the pyrocatechol. The compounds in the brackets, between the bracket, was not identified in our culture. So this is confirming with the table previously, the table of the spectral analysis. Okay, next, please. And this is for anthracenes. Anthracenes, there is 2 role of enzyme here. The first role by lacase, to convert the anthracenes into the anthracene quinone, and finally forms the phthalic acid by the intra and extra enzymatic conversions or end-ring fissions to finally forms a benzoic acid. In the other routes, the dioxygenase and the dehydrogenase converting the anthracenes into the anthracene 1,2 diols, and finally form the benzoic acid. So unfortunately, we cannot find the both compounds between the brackets. Next, please. And this is the pyrines, similar with the previous metabolites. So there is 2 pathway. First one is phthalic acids, because the final product is the phthalic acids, as well as the salicylic acid pathway. So we can confirm that all pH has been transformed by the enzymes of the fungi collected from the forest. Next, please. Okay, so the problem is, can the treatment be applied in situ? Can the fungi or the enzymes can be implemented in situ? So of course not. We have to was that to immobilize the enzyme, immobilize the enzymes to make sure to ensure the activity and stability still in the high performance. So there are 4 immobilization methods: cross-linking, adsorptions, covalent bindings, and entrapments or encapsulation. So each method has the advantages and limitations. And I will try to do the entrapment or encapsulation to combine the enzymes with the absorbent as well as the magnetic force. Next, please. Okay, so this is the grant from the Ministry of Higher Education about the prototype research. So we combine the enzymes with the absorbents with the magnetic powers to produce the magnesium. We call it the magnesium. Next, please. So the magnesium consisting the enzymes in the middle of the prototypes. The outer layer is adsorbent from the lignolysis waste, and the magnetic core in the inside. So we can implement the prototypes in situ, especially in the liquid or aquatic environments. So for example, if there is a crude oil contamination, so we can spray the magnesiums there, and then we can eliminate the magnesiums using the magnetic force. Next, please. So how strong the magnesium to degrade the organic pollutants? So we can see here the magnesium only cannot be effective only in the soil, because mainly focusing on the aquatic environment. Okay, next, please. The other alternative method is using enzyme dispersion. So we combine the enzymes from the specific microbes, and then we combine with the aqueous enzymes and making formulation with the ionic liquid to perform the enzymatic dispersion. So the mechanism is similar with the magnesiums, but the shape of the prototype is liquid. So we can spray in the aquatic environments, and then we can convert or we can eliminate the crude oil or oil spills in on the sea. Next, please. Next, we are focusing on microplastics. As we know that the consumptions of the plastic in ASEAN increasing year by year. But we can see here the Malaysia is highest in the ASEAN country, 16.78 kilogram per capita. Per capita. Next, please. So in order to this reason, we want to check the occurrence of the microplastics in some river in Sarawak, as well as in the commercial marine fish in some market in Miri. So we check 3 rivers. 3 rivers which we collect the water and sediments, as well as the 5 fish from markets: skipjack tuna, mackerel, sea catfish, shrimp, bivalve. Each sample 2 kilograms per market. Okay, next, please. This is the mechanisms how to analyze the water sample, the sediment sample, and commercial fish. In this study, we just only check the shape, size, and color of microplastic, as well as the functional groups. We didn't check until the mass concentrations, because we need the advanced equipments, and we don't have the equipments at the time. Next, please. So here the study, 3 rivers: Baram rivers, Miri rivers, and Nia rivers. If we compare with the other rivers in ASEAN, Indonesia and Thailand, yes, quite similar. We can compare similar. But if we check with other regions, so some rivers showing higher than the Barams, Miri, and Nia rivers. Next, please. And for the commercial marine fish, you can see that varies from the 11 items per kilograms until 20 items per kilogram. So we can compare with the other fish here. Some of them showing the high occurrence. For example, like yellowfin tuna, 5 per gram. This is per gram, not per kilograms. So if we convert to kilogram, maybe more than 500 or 5,000. Yeah. Okay, next please. Okay, this is the situations in the Baram River. Yeah, Baram River. We can see the construction of the microplastics in the Baram rivers. Yeah, fiber, pellets, fragments, films, and foam. Fragments showing the highest. Yeah, compared with the other shape of microplastics. Next, please. For size, yeah, for size, we can see here the smallest size, yeah, 300 until 1,000 micrometer, showing the highest, yeah, because maybe the degradation or the deteriorations of the microplastics happens during the process of secreting, yeah, or extracting in the river. Next, please. And for the color, you can see the blacks and blue showing the highest, yeah, for the occurrence of microplastic in Baram rivers. Next, please. And for the Miri rivers and Nia river, this is the configurations. I will not explain in detail, but yeah, this is the configurations for the size, the color, and the, yeah, okay. This is the occurrence of microplastic in fish, yeah, in fish, in commercial fish. You can see here the configuration of color, and then the fragments or types, as well as the size. Yeah, next, please. This is the picture, yeah, the picture that we found from the water sediments, as well as from the commercial fish. Yeah, you can see here. Yeah. Next, please. Okay, yeah, this is the when we check the microplastics in the FTIR. So you found that the types of microplastics belong to the polyethylenes, yeah, polyethylenes, and then the polypropylenes, polyurethanes, as well as the ethylene phenyl acetates, ethylene propylene diene monomer, as well as the butyl bromide. So we check based on the stretchings of the carbon and hydrogens, as well as the bending of carbon and hydrogens bond. So basically, when we check again in the sample of the fish, mostly PE, yeah, PE is showing the highest concentrations of microplastic. Okay, next please. Okay, yeah, this is the mechanisms of screening, same with the previous one, yeah.
Dr. Tony, 1 more minute, please.
Okay, okay, yeah. Okay, so this is the mechanism similar with the previous one. So, but the indicator is changing with the polyethylene, yeah, polyethylene. So we can find, or we found that the aspergillus integer is the strongest, yeah, showing 92% in 35 days, yeah. And when we check the enzymes, showing the cutinases, hydrolase, and esterase is showing the highest performance for the enzyme. Next, please. Okay, this is the mechanisms of degradation. Yeah, the degradations, enzymes is attached to the surface of the polymers. Yeah, and then the depolymerization happens, biofragmentation happens, become to monomers, and then the monomer will be adsorbed to the cell, yeah, the internal cell, and internal cell will convert the monomers into the energy and the CO2, H2O, and or CH4 if the mechanisms of anaerobic. Next, please. Yeah. When we compare with other, when we compare with the other microbes, yeah, aspergillus is showing the highest, yeah. But the problem is this is only for PE. We don't know for PP, PS, and PVC, yeah, as well as the metabolite of microplastics and the impact of aquaculture on microplastic contamination. So for the next, we will try to investigate these problems. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, yeah, this is the conclusion. Yeah, the conclusion that enzymes, yeah, can make an effective, sustainable strategy for the emerging contaminants degradation. I think that's all for the my presentation because the time is over. Yeah, maybe you can show the journal. Yeah, the journal maybe for the if audience want to download the paper. This is the paper, our paper for the presentation, as well as the acknowledgement from the various grant from Malaysian government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tony, for great presentation. So we will have discussion. I would like to invite Professor Show. So for those of you who have questions, you may use chat or you can raise your hand also. So this is there's a question for Professor Show from Ibu Penny Lestari BRIN. One is, are all microalgae species beneficial or is there also dangerous? And the second question is, how is the quality assurance of this microalgae related to purity?
Right, thank you for the questions. Yes, yes, you're right. Yeah, some microalgae, we cannot deny that some microalgae is harmful, some microalgae is not good. Yeah, actually, microalgae can divide into two categories. The first one is beneficial algae, which can have a lot of product. Yeah, can give us some protein, carbohydrate, lipid. All this we call beneficial algae. While harmful algae maybe has some toxicity, may some ingredient that is not good for a human being. We call harmful algae. Yeah, because that's why in a lot of cases, right, we need to select very carefully the algae that we consume, that we use. That's why we need to do the isolation, purification, all this to select the good algae. Yeah, just to share with you, actually in algae, right, if you grow too much algae, we call it algae bloom, right? It's not good, as we can consider it as a harmful algae as well. So that's why it's a good and harmful algae, right? For your second question, actually, is relating to the purity, right? So I can say, the quality of the algae is very subjective, I can say. Yeah, because as I mentioned in my presentation, need to have a good purity of algae. If not, there are so many impurity, so many like example, the material that we don't want, the chemical that we don't want contained in the microalgae biomass, which is not good for human consumption or not good for animal as well, not good for other product as well. That's why the purity is important. Yeah, because in the traditional way we produce algae, we produce as much biomass, which we call upstream of bioprocess. So we cultivate as well as bioprocess, but in the bioprocess, right, we have a lot of ingredient purity that we don't want. That's why we need to go through a downstream processes, which is we need to do the purity extraction and also the recovery of the product from microalgae so that we can use it in any food supplement, medical, as well as cosmetic product. So the purity will play a very important role in the quality of microalgae. Thank you so much.
Okay, one question for Dr. Tony from Bapadani from BRIN. Some fungal cytochrome P450 also capable to catalyze biotransformation of PEH like oxidoreductase. However, the biotransformation product must be different because P450 cannot catalyze the formation of tyrosyl radical like oxidoreductase. Do you experience in the comparisons study of enzymatic activity of fungal oxidoreductase and for P450 against PEH? And second question is, did you identify PE degrading enzyme in Aspergillus niger? Are they PET hydroxylase?
Yes, thank you very much for the question from Dr. Danny. Basically I use here the peroxidase, yeah, because the oxidoreductase comprises three types, yeah, lactase, peroxidase, and deoxygenase, yeah, oxygenase or oxygenase. Oxygenase divided by the mono and the deoxygenase. So I think P450, they will convert to not area of the K or B region. So basically in other that both area. So they will not making or not producing the quinone compound for the pH. Yeah. If you see my slide previously, most of the pH is converted to the quinone, yeah, the quinones because of the peroxidase and lactase. But for the P50, I think not making the quinones, but directly to the other pathway, maybe protocatechoic acids or the salicylic acid pathway. And for the identification of the PE degrading enzyme. Yeah, we check at the beginning the cutinase, the cutinase and hydrolase, as well as the esterase, the enzymes detected in the Aspergillus niger culture. But we will try again. Is there any peroxidase or any oxidoreductase enzymes producing by this microbe? Thank you.
Okay. I will give an opportunity to Ibu Yeni.
Thank you so much. Could you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to ask Professor Sao Paulo.
Your institution, please.
My institution is from the National Agency, National Research and Innovation Agency. So I would like to ask Professor Sao Paulo about the production of the microalgae technique. So actually, I have an experiences of using the wastewater as a growth media for the microalgae. But as we know that sometimes the wastewater have like unbalanced nutrients that can not stimulate the high production of the microalgae, So I would like to ask you if you have any experiences of using the wastewater and how to manipulate the wastewater to improve the growth of the microalgae without involving any like a chemical fertilizer or something. And the second question is about the composition of the microalgae itself, for example, like carbohydrate, protein, or lipid, or something like that. So, for example, I have an industry of the bioenergy, and I want my microalgae having a high carbohydrate, for example. Can we manipulate, like, for example, the growth condition of the microalgae so we can have the high content of the carbohydrate of our microalgae species? Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much, Ibu Hile, for the questions. Right. So to answer your first question, actually, I have some experience in cultivate microalgae using wastewater. So what I'm trying to do actually in Malaysia, because Malaysia we have a lot of palm oil mill and float, more we call it pomade, the wastewater from palm oil mill. So we cultivate because we have 4 ponds in the pomade. So we not dare to use the first pond because first pond is very concentrated, highly viscous, and the pH is very extreme. So what we do is we use the second, third, and fourth one to cultivate microalgae. The reason that we use third, fourth, and the fourth one, right? Because we think that the ingredient, the nutrient inside is suitable to grow microalgae. So in order to answer your question, actually, what we do in our lab first, actually we characterize the wastewater conditions, right? Whether it's suitable to cultivate certain type of microalgae. Because, like example, chlorella, spirulina, different type of microalgae, right? They need different of nutrient. So what we're going to do here, we characterize of the wastewater, which water can suitable to cultivate microalgae without doing any pre-treatment and any fertilizer involved in the wastewater. So we can direct use it. So this is something that we do in our lab, right? Yeah. To your second question, actually, what is the method? What is the idea that come up from me? Actually, you want to manipulate the concentration of the active compound in the microalgae. Very subjective, I can say, because different microalgae have different ability. Different microalgae have different strength also. Yeah, some microalgae rich in protein, some algae rich in carbohydrate, some algae in lipid. So I can say what we can do is we can have some microalgae strength study. So maybe because currently we have our team developed a new consortium, we call it Algae Biotech Consortium. In this consortium, mainly we are collecting I think more than 300 strengths around Asia. So maybe we can do together, we can exchange the strength. Yeah, maybe you have what strength you want, come to talk to me, then we can share some strength with you so that you can cultivate in your site. Yeah, because the strength character is important to decide what product that you want. So let's say, example, just like you want to have a rich in carbohydrate, so maybe I can provide some strength that rich in carbohydrate, so you can try to cultivate in your site, so you can produce the carbohydrate from your site. So this is something that my suggestion. Of course, some strength, right, is like I say, some strength is very need to undergo certain treatment, like stress condition. So you provide the stress for them, so they will provide additional product that we want, like a hemococcus, to produce azacitidine. That is some example. So different cultivation process, different optimization process, or different condition of medium, we have different product. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Is there any other question? Okay, I have a question for Professor Show. Does a different species of microalgae is this require specific condition of a liquid biophasic system also? And if you have a problem with contamination during simultaneous cultivation, how do you manage?
All right, thank you, Ibu Diana, for the questions. Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah, because you for different microalgae, you need different liquid biophasic system because in this liquid biophasic system, they have a lot of combination. They have salt, yeah, sugar. They have under liquid polymer, alcohol. So different product you want to extract. Like example, you want to extract lipid from this microalgae. You need different of under liquid, in different of salt water. Because even salt, right? They have different type of salt also. So you need different combination. Yeah. So different combination will produce different product. But you do not have to worry about the combination because combination only happen one times, meaning that you do the optimization, everything's already, then at the same formula, you can produce the same product. So just like how you make coffee, you already have correct concentration of your flavor, temperature, and the creamer amount they put inside. So you continue using that formula, that is your taste already, this is your flavor already. So I can say this is a different combination. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And for Dr. Tony, how do you manage the production costs to produce the bioactive compound to be applicable for user or maybe other stakeholder?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, basically we still trying to find the cheapest way to produce the mechanism, yeah? Especially for the absorbents, so we can use the absorbents from the agricultural waste. So this is cheaper than we are ordering from the supplier, yeah, or from the commercial supplier. So we create the absorbents from the agricultural waste because we have equipment here to produce the activated carbons. And for the enzymes, yeah, as enzymes, especially we try to find the best fungi that produce high units of enzymes in liter or gram. Yeah? So basically, if the productivity highest for enzyme productions, as well as the cheapest for the activated carbon, then we can try to lowering the cost for production of mechanisms. For the irons, the magnetic power, I think that's we cannot do anything about this because this already settled, so we cannot adjust the price. Then we just adjusting the price for the activated carbons as well as the enzymes production. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is there any other question? Okay, I think we can complete our discussion today. And I would like to conclude that it is important to develop a novel method or explore novel organism in the context to support sustainable development goal and strengthening circular bioeconomy and also green economy. Thank you very much for Dr. Tony and Professor Shaw. Have a great day, everyone. And I would like to let the MC to lead for the next session.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Diana. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
So
nice to meet you, Tony. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you to all speakers for the material given. Also, thank you for the moderator to lead the sessions. Following to the next agenda, we will have the parallel sessions consisting of 6 rooms with different topics. Allow me to read for each room. The first room will be bioresources and biodiversity. The second room will be nutraceutical and natural products. Room 3 will be biotechnology and bioinformatics. Room 4 will be medical sciences. Room 5, agricultural and forestry. And room 6 will be environmental and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, each of room will be led by moderators, and please kindly choose the room based on your interest by clicking the breakout room feature in your Zoom meeting. Thank you. While waiting for the breakout room, you can kindly take a look and also choose the room based on your interest. As you can see on the screen right now, there is 6 rooms. with each topic and also led by moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, responding to your questions at the chat, how to enter the room, this guide, and also the breakout room hasn't ready yet. The official committee is still working on it. While we are waiting for the breakroom feature, you can again take a look at the based on your interest. Please kindly. Thank you.
Good morning, Ibu Desriana, as a moderator of this room 4. Would you hear me?
Good morning, Bu Yani. I heard you.
Okay, so I think we can start your moderating this session by 11:10. Is it possible for you?
Yes. So we waiting for 3 minutes more.
Okay, so we will play the presentation for you. So just please ask the admin like me or Swastika to play the video that you want to play in the participant list.
Yeah, please help me to play the video of the presenter. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Bu Yani, I think now is 11 to 10. Let's we start our session in this room 4. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all of these participants in this room 4. In this session, I will moderate this parallel session for around 1 hour, starting from 11:10 to 12:10 in this afternoon. So in this room, we will have 6 presenters with very interesting and very attractive in the medical topics. So this is the rule for this session. In the beginning, I will introduce briefly the presenter, then follow with the video with 10 minutes durations. For the video, I ask for the committee to help me for the video, and then we will have question and answer after we watch all the presenter video. So for the audience, if you have some questions, please kindly write the question in the chat box and please address clearly to whom the question will ask. Or later you can raise hand feature for asking directly. Then we will have a question answer session around 10 to 15 minutes. So because we have a time is limit. So let's we start our session. But before we start the first presenter, I would like to remind all the audience to mute the microphone. Okay, now as the first presenter, will present by Pak Eko Wahyu Putro from BRIN with a very interesting topic with the title Preliminary Evaluation of Glycerol and Sorbitol as Co-Substrate in the Production of Recombinant Human Insulin Precursor with Pichia pastoris X33. Please the video. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Thank you to the organizing committee of ISIBio 2022 for this opportunity. I'm Eko for Research
Please
Center.
wait for a moment. Could you see the video?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. But we can hear the voice. Could you load the voice, please? I think the video has no voice.
Please wait for a moment. I'm sorry, please wait for a moment because there is a technical error in the video.
Okay.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Thank you to the organizing committee of ISIBio 2022 for this opportunity. I'm Eko for Research Center for Applied Microbiology Research and Innovation. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Thank you to the organizing committee of ISIBio 2022 for this opportunity. I'm Eko for Research Center for Applied Microbiology Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. On this occasion, I would like to share one part of our research in the development of biosimilar insulin. Supply of insulin with economical price is necessary, especially to reduce the burden in low to middle income countries. the capability to produce insulin domestically is important for Indonesia. Patent expiration of some marketed insulin increase opportunity to develop biosimilar insulin. The production of biosimilar insulin is initiated with the development of research cell bank as a host for heterologous expression of insulin precursor. Subsequently, the precursor should be produced in the visible yield. Utilizing yeast for heterologous expression is a major option with some benefits. Yeast can grow in simple media in industrial scale bioreactor with high biomass productivity and utilizes various carbon sources. The methylotropic yeast such as Pichia pastoris and Hansenella polymorpha can use methanol as a sole carbon source to grow, taking advantage from the tightly controlled AUX1 promoter for the expression of targeted heterologous genes. However, methanol has limitations due to its toxicity and flammability. Hence, the use of methanol should be reduced. Some method could be selected to limit the use of methanol. In this study, we conducted initial evaluation of the effect of mixed feeding methanol, glycerol, and methyl sorbitol on the biomass and human insulin precursor productivity. In the previous study, we developed research cell bank based on Pichia pastoris X3T methanol utilization plus, which express human insulin precursor. Screening for the best cultivation parameter was also undertaken for selecting the best condition, including pH, temperature, starting optical density, duration of fermentation, media, and substrate concentration. Subsequently, we used the selected parameters as a basis to design the experiment that I present today. In this study, we focus on the early evaluation of the effect of two substrates on the biomass generation and protein expression. To reduce the number of experiments, a central composite design was arranged. This includes 4 factorial, 4 star, and 4 center points, 13 runs in total. The composition of methanol, glycerol, and methanol sorbitol were evaluated in separate design. Data of cell, tray weight, and protein expression level were taken as responses of the design. Cultivation to produce ISIBio was carried on in a laboratory flask with culture volume of 1 milliliter for the run of central composite design and 10 and 100 milliliter for confirmation on selected post-substrate composition. Cultivation underwent for 72 hours. The supernatant was separated from the cells by centrifugation. Supernatant was subjected to tyrosine SDS-based analysis, and subsequently, the protein expression level was determined semi-quantitatively by using IMG software. Meanwhile, the cells were often read to measure tray weight. Our software was used to construct the experimental design and conduct statistical analysis. This table shows 13 runs of experiment design with composition of methanol, glycerol, and methanol sorbitol presented in the code and actual values. The actual values refer to the previous study and the literature. The protein expression intensity and cell weight were statistically analyzed by means of R software to determine the regression model. The model includes first-order two-way interaction between variables and the second-order terms. A term may be excluded to determine better model in predicting the outcome. For the effect of methanol glycerol on protein expression, the interaction between methanol and glycerol is insignificant and is then excluded from the model. Based on the statistical parameters, the lack of fit is insignificant, a value greater than 0.05, and the R-squared were relatively high, indicating that the model explained 87.65% of the variability of the response data. An interpretation can be made from contour and surface plots. High intensity, indicating by white to red color, may be resulted from combination of moderate level of methanol with low to moderate level of glycerol. Glycerol beyond 4 grams per liter tends to result in protein expression. Regarding the effect of methanol glycerol on cell tray weight, only main effect on methanol and glycerol are significant. resulting only first order. Therefore, there is no curvature on the surface plot. Although the model is significant with insignificant lack of fit, the value of R squared is only moderate. The contour plot indicates that an optimum threshold weight could be produced by combination of low-level methanol and high-level glycerol at the design line. However, high glycerol concentration may lead to repression of AUX1 promoter, which in turn limits protein expression. For the effect of methanol sorbitol on protein expression, the model is less fitted to the data compared to the model of methanol glycerol for the same response. The response surface plot illustrates that the high level of protein expression require high amount of methanol compared to the methanol glycerol feeding. The combination of low level for both substrates resulted in lower protein expression. Both mixed substrate model for dry cell weight estimated comparable outcomes. A high level of glycerol or sorbitol yielded a high dry cell weight. However, as it is indicated by contour plot, sorbitol could be added at high concentration along the range of methanol concentration to optimize cell density. Because sorbitol is considered as a non-repressor of AUX1 promoter, it will be beneficial to add high concentration of sorbitol at high methanol concentration. A methanol glycerol mix feeding was evaluated at 2 different culture volumes. The composition was selected at point in the optimum area of the contour plot. Protein expression from 100 ml was higher than that from 10 ml at 24 and 48 hours of induction. However, at 72 hours and afterwards, the opposite condition occurred. The decline in the expression intensity from 24 to 48 hours could be attributed to the effect of protease activity, which might increase during induction time, resulting in a decrease of ISIBio level. After 48 hours, it was possible that the production rate is greater than the degradation rate. Consequently, the protein was accumulated. The results indicate that methanol can be partially substituted by glycerol or sorbitol in the production of recombinant human insulin precursor using picopastorid methanol utilization plus. The regression model of methanol glycerol with the response of intensity was possibly the most adequate model to predict the outcome. For the future study, it is important to consider some aspects before we optimize the co-substrate effects. This includes evaluation of aeration, substrate composition accumulation, control of dosing at the induction phase. The interaction of growth rate of both substrates may also play a significant role as well. Well, I would like to thank to all members of the research group of biosimilar insulin development for the great teamwork and the audiences for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera.
I'm sorry, Bu Desriani, I think you are muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the video presentation. I think it is very nice video. So now let us move to the second video presenter, which will present by Ibu Dian Fitria Agustianti from BRIN, that will also present very attractive topic with the title Biosafety Protocol Verification to Inactivate Indonesia Isolate SARS-CoV-2 using formaldehyde. Please for the video presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dian Fitria Agustianti. Today I present our team. We are from SARS-CoV-2 virus culture team. In this opportunity, I will talk about biosafety protocol verification to inactivate Indonesian isolate SARS-CoV-2 using formaldehyde. This research was carried out in BSL-3 laboratory in National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN Cibinong. The WHO Laboratory Biosafety Manual has been used at all levels of clinical and public health laboratory and other biological sector globally, serving as de facto global standard of the best practices and set trends in biosafety. Implementation of basic concept in biological safety for safely handling of biological agent in laboratory. The evidence-based and transparent assessment of the risk allow safety measures to balance with the actual risk of working with biological agent. BSL-3 laboratory BRIN has been permitted to cultivate SARS-CoV-2. We perform propagation of SARS-CoV-2 in cell culture. Some experiment with live virus should be performed in BSL-3 containment, but some analysis still need to perform in lower containment level. A validated inactivation protocol is necessary for transferring biomaterial from BSL-3 to lower biosafety level setting. Several inactivation methods has been established and tested during this pandemic, including some method mentioned here, like UVC irradiation, formaldehyde, heat incubation, and some detergent. To the best of our knowledge, inactivation efficiency using formaldehyde for Indonesian isolate that is scientifically proven is still lacking. To increase biosafety concern, we analyze the efficacy of specific inactivation protocol in order to inactivate the virus. One of our experiments is using TCID50 to determine viral titer. In this analysis, fixation stage of formaldehyde is claimed to be an inactivation stage for the virus. That's why in this research, we use formaldehyde as inactivator agent. And this is the method that we perform. First, with thawing and inoculate Vero S6 cells and incubate for 48 hours at 37 degrees in 5% CO2 chamber until reach 80% of confluence. After 2 days, we pre-culture Vero cell into a 6-well plate and incubate for another 24 hours. And the next day, in BSL-3 containment, we infected the Vero cell with the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and we incubate for 48 hours at 37 degrees in 5% CO2 in BSL-3 containment. After 2 days, we perform formaldehyde treatment with variation 1%, 2%, 4%, and 8%, and we incubate 1 hour in room temperature. And then we wash with PBS twice, and then we scrub the virus and collect it and do some virus titration. We make serial duration for TCID50 test, and then we do infection into fresh Vero cell and incubate for another 72 hours. And then after 3 days, we fixate it with formaldehyde, and then we do staining with crystal violet, and then we wash with PBS 3 times, and then we do CPE observation. In this study, we use semi-quantitative parameter in calculating viral titer through CPE observation on Vero cell infected with SARS-CoV-2. From figure 1, we can see a comparison image between normal cell that have not been infected and CPE on Vero cell after SARS-CoV-2 infection. And then the right one is there the image of 96 well plate after crystal violet staining. And then in here, from table 1, we can see the formaldehyde is effective in inactivating virus SARS-CoV-2 at concentration 1% to 8% for 1 hour in room temperature. We use our SARS-CoV-2 isolate with high level concentration of viable virus up to 10 power 8 TCID50 per mil. But in here, incubation with 1% formaldehyde is not sufficient to completely suppress infectivity of high concentration SARS-CoV-2, although 1% formaldehyde treatment reduce virus titer, but virus load still remain detectable in here. However, complete inactivation of SARS-CoV-2 infectivity was achieved by 2%, 4%, and 8% formaldehyde. Those were effective at reducing virus titer more than 10 power 8 TCID50 with no virus detected in any passages. Despite the reduction titer, we evaluate the impact of inactivation treatment to morphology of the ferrocell. In here, we can see an treatment of 8% formaldehyde in this study influence the infected morphology, even that of the cell. The excess of formaldehyde become toxic to the cell and show false CPE. The CPE formed in treatment of 8% formaldehyde was not caused by infection of SARS-CoV-2 virus, but by excessive penetration of high concentration of formaldehyde. The amount of penetration solution will determine the process at the tissue surface, ensuring deeper penetration. Moreover, the contribution of the osmotic driving force, the capillary driving force will draw more fluid into the tissue and causing higher penetration. So it is possible when the treatment using 8% formaldehyde, the cell damage occur. The conclusion from the result of our study, it can be concluded that 4% formaldehyde is proven to be able to inactivate the SARS-CoV-2, and 2% formaldehyde is to be the minimum concentration for the inactivation of SARS-CoV-2 without damaging the morphology of ferrocell. Therefore, this finding can be used as standard operating procedure for SARS-CoV-2 inactivation, as well as for biosafety guideline in BSL-3 laboratory, BRIN Cibinong. Further study with other isolate need to be performed to clarify our result. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it is also very nice video. Now let us move to the third video presenter, which will present by Ibu Agustina Dr. Nur Cahyanti, from Atmajaya University, that will present the attractive topic with the title Total Phenolic and Flavonoid Content of Medicine Plants from Papua and Uncovering Their Pharmacology Activities. Okay, now let's start to move to see the video. Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, let me thanks to the committee of this symposium. So let me introduce myself. My name is Agustina Nur Cahyanti. I'm representing the authors of this paper entitled Total Phenolic and Flavonoid Content of Medicinal Plants from Papua, Uncovering Their Pharmacological Activities. The author of this topic or this paper is Erlia Anggraini Sianipar, Sanjayadi, Monica, and Beatrice, and myself from Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia and also Dr. Bernadette Rina Lestari from Research Center for Genetic Engineering, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. So begin of this presentation, we know that Papua, located in the easternmost territory of Indonesia, is the second largest island in the world. The island has an extraordinarily high biodiversity of flora and fauna, with approximately 502,009 species of traditional medicinal plants reported in Papua and West Papua. Traditional medicine practice in Papua is common for treating various diseases. So the medicinal plant often used include some species such as Stephanos, Albizia procera, and many others. The most commonly used part of the plant is the leaves, reach about more than 50%. However, scientific evidence of the chemical and pharmacological benefit of the plant originating from this island remains limited. As we know that flavonoid is important compounds, they are polyphenol, which are important class of natural product due to their significant biochemistry and biological property related to the broader health promoting effect. Flavonoids have various roles, such as in ameliorating various diseases, for example, as antioxidant, antimicrobial, mitochondrial adhesion inhibitor, protein kinase inhibitor, anti-angiogenesis, anti-cancer, anti-Alzheimer disease, as well as atherosclerosis, anti-ulcer, and many others. In this study, we screened the medicinal plant collection of Papua by identifying the content of flavonoid and total phenols compound in some plant extract. So we are also comparing our result with some literature on global medicinal plant belonging to the same genus. Current studies have demonstrated that the pharmacological potency of flavonoid and phenol-derived compounds. This study provides empirical data for further studies on the mechanism of action of the secondary metabolite from this plant. So our samples are collected from 2 cities in Papua. First city is Ambepura and the second city is Santani. So we have several samples such as Stephanos and 3 parts of Albizia procera, such as leaves, stems, and root part. And also we collected Carica papaya, Bidens pilosa, and 4 other species. So we extracted, first of all, we prepare the sample and then we do some extraction using maceration, using methanol, and then we evaporate the extract using rotary evaporator. And then from the extract, we analyze total phenolic content using the following calculation established method by Hee Young Kim 2003. And also we analyze the total flavonoid content using colorimetry developed by Hee Young Kim 2003. Based on the result, we can see that all the extract basically contain total flavonoid content with high amount. Nevertheless, some extract exhibit or contain total phenolic content in high amount, but 3 extract are contain less amount of total phenolic content. We can summarize here that the total phenolic content in several species of medicinal plant from Papua range from 0.27 to 15 milligram gallic acid per gram. So we equivalent the content using gallic acid. The highest amount of the phenolic compound was found in leaves of Carica papaya and also stem of A. procera. The study suggests that 70% of methanol extract for Carica papaya possess a wide range of pharmacological activities, including antioxidant activity. Furthermore, other studies also proved that this extract possess pharmacological activities such as anti-cancer, anti-parasitic, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory activity. Based on our result, Carica papaya leaf extract contain alkaloid and also some other compounds. Total phenolic content in each part of A. procera in our study was different, and the degree of the content regard to the descending order. Stem has the highest, leaves and following by roots part. Phytochemical constituent of Albizia contain of triterpenoid, saponin, diterpenoid, lignan, pyridine glycoside, catechin, and many others. Aprocera bioactivity such as anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, analgesic, antibacterial, central nervous system depressant, and many others. Unlikely other study, the total phenolic content of Premna and then E. muricata and M. tannarius from our study was very low. Lubaina et al. Has found that higher total phenolic content value from the Premna ethanol extract reached about 65 milligram per gram sample. So it means that there is some difference on the plant, especially Premna species growing in another country as compared to Premna growing in Papua Island. Based on the study, Apuricata also has very potential activity in pharmacologically. Our next result suggests that Spirestophanos leaves had the highest flavonoid content. Another study also proved that this species has good potential. The flavonoid content in leaf extract of Carica papaya is similar to that of the leaf extract of Aprocera. The result was higher than those gathered from another study in French island. Flavonol glycoside of Catton et al. Reported that active antioxidant activity of the Aprocera leaf extract is very high and exhibited about 90% inhibitory effect using the DPPH method. Flavonol glycoside of Aprocera stem show moderate anti-inflammatory action on albino rats using non-immunological carrageen as an inducer. The lowest flavonoid content was found in root of Aprocera. The results were comparable with the study by another author who reported that lower amount of total flavonoid content in the ethanolic extract of Aprocera. Total flavonoid content of our medicinal plant collection from Papua was more dominant than the total phenolic content from another study. In conclusion, we can conclude from this study is that our study findings show that Carica papaya leaves and then Aprocera and leaves from other medicinal plants from Papua have the highest total phenolic content. The highest flavonoid content was found in Sapphirostephanos leaves, Carica papaya leaves, and Aprocera leaves. Meanwhile, the total phenolic and flavonoid are major indicator of the potential pharmacological activity of a plant. So we recommend that the pharmacological activity of Sapphirostephanos and then Carica papaya and Aprocera leaf should be investigated further. Also, the potential of genetic engineering of the most promising plant producing higher bioactive metabolites as well as the phylogenetic studies to understand the genetic difference among the taxa within the same genus growing in another country will be good further experiment design. So this is our study. Thank you for your kind attention. If you have any further question, please feel free to address your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the video. It is very nice video. So let us now move to the fourth video presenter, which will present by Bapak Pamungkas Rizky Ferdian from BRIN, that also will present a very interesting topic with the title Acute Oral Toxicity of Sunda Porcupines or Hystrix javanica F. Cuvier 1823, who will scrut extract on male Paragu Dowley rats using fixed dose method. Please for the video. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Before we go to the presentation, I would like to thank the committee of ISIBio 2022 so I can share our research today. Our research was entitled as Acute Oral Toxicity of Sunda porcupine squirrel growth extract on male daily rates using fixed dose method. This is our team, including me, Pamuk Ferdian, Herjuna Arunugroho, Nilu Putu Rizka Patmacanti, Trihadi Hadayani, Dinita Dwi Sugiartanti, Ardia Widyastuti, Muhammad Arif Budiman, Rizka Rabeka Elvirta, Masrukin, and Rini Damayanti. And today, the presentation will be delivered by me, Pamukkas Ferdian, and I come from the Research Center for Applied Zoology, National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. Okay, here we go to the introduction. This is the Sunda porcupine, the animal object of this research. The Sunda porcupine is an endemic mammal which can be found in several regions of Indonesia, including Java, Bali, Sumbawa, Flores, Lombok, Madura, and Tanah Jampia. The local people often hunt them for food, control the agricultural damage, and also for medicine. There is an ethnomedicine in the local people of Indonesia. One of them is the local people believe that the quills of Sunda porcupine can be used to relieve the toothache. But unfortunately, there has no scientific support the ethnomedicine. So, a series of research should be performed to prove this ethnomedicine scientifically. The toxicological evaluation is necessary to ensure the safety of the drug candidate and become the first measurement before conducting efficacy tests in animal model. And the objective of this research was to provide the LD50 data and toxicity records of the Sunda porcupine squirrel's growth extract on male Sprague-Dawley rats using an acute oral toxicity test according to Badan POM German regulation and the OECD protocols 420. Okay, next we go to the materials and ethical clearance of the research. First, the Sunda porcupine squirrels were collected from the remains physiological research which has been approved by the Committee of Ethical Clearance of Animal Use for Research Purposes in Indonesian Institute of Sciences on the year of 2019. And you can see the number, protocols number in this slide. And this study itself is a part of bioprospecting research, which is approved by the Committee of Ethical Clearance of Animal Use for Research Purposes in Indonesian Institute of Sciences, with protocol number of 73/clearance/8/2021. The animal model in this research was obtained from the Biopharmaca Research Center, IPB University, and recorded from the Indonesian National Agency of Drug and Food Control, BPOM RI. Next, we go to the procedure in this research. First is the extraction. The extraction of the Sunda porcupine squirrels is using a solvent of ethanol 70% with the maceration method. The extract then will be used in the next procedure, which is acute oral toxicity treatment. In this procedure is divided into two steps, which are site study and the main study. After the treatment, we have to observe the effect of mortality, the body weight change, and the observation itself is conducted after 30 minutes, 1 hour, 12 hours, 1 day, and each day until 14 days. And the last procedure is the histopathological observation. In this procedure, we use two organs, which are liver and kidney. Okay, next, this is the result, the acute toxicity and the LD50. In this result, the physical and the behavior was observed after the treatment until the first 14 days observations. The observation was concluded that the LD50 of the treatment was more than 200 milligram per kilogram body weight, and it is grouped as the category 5 or unclassified. Then the organs after this treatment is collected, including liver and kidney, and will be investigating on the histopathological research. Next, we go to the result of histopathological observation. As you can see here, this is the figure 1 and the table 2, which summarize the result of histopathological observation, and we can conclude that the dose higher than 200 milligram of kilogram of pseudoprocopines growth extract may lead to the toxicity effect on the animal. The higher the dose of histopathological lesions tend to increase in severity in the liver and kidney, but the active substances given did not kill rats and the severity was still mild to moderate. The pseudoprocopine quills extract had no toxic effect on the liver and the kidney. Next, this is the body weight change. We can see on the graph on the figure 2 and also on the table 3. Based on this result, we can conclude that the less body weight gain in the highest dose group, which is 200 milligram per kilogram body weight, compared to a group of 300 milligram per kilogram body weight, compared to the placebo group, might indicate the delay effect of the toxicity. The dose given might damage cells or tissue, even though the severity was still mild to moderate, so that the nutrients that enter the body are prioritized to be used to repair the damage, resulting in inhibition of growth seen by the less body weight gain during the treatment. Next, here the conclusion of this research. First, the extract of pseudoprocopine quills is considered to be category 5, and there was no clinical toxicity signs were observed during 14 days of observations. In line with the histopathological analysis, the percentage of body weight gain of placebo is greater than the treatment of 300 mg per kilogram body weight and greater than the treatment of 200 mg per kilogram body weight after 14 days single dose oral administration, which may be caused by the systemic control to prioritize the nutrient uptake for repairing the damage of cell or tissue, then growth signed by the increase of the body weight. The last one is the pseudoprocopine quills extract does not cause any terminal acute effect. However, in order to ensure the safety of the extract, further research must be conducted on the safety aspect of the extract, including chronic toxicity or subchronic toxicity tests. Okay, I would like to acknowledgements for this research was fully funded by the new initiative program of the Deputy of Life Sciences of the year of 2021, and would like to thank Mr. Umar Sofiani, Mr. Lukman, and Mrs. Lia Rahardian for their assistance during the animal experience. We also would like to thank Professor Andrea Augusta from Research Center for Pharmaceutical Ingredients and Traditional Medicine, BRIN, for allowing us to conduct our experiment in his animal facility. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the video. Actually, it is also very nice video. So for the next video, let us move to the next presenter that will present by Mr. Abdul Bagi. Mr. Abdul Bagi is coming from far from Indonesia, from Khartoum University, from Sudan, with the very attractive topic with the title the potential of baobab fruit pulp, Adansonia digitata, addition to the lipid profile of red feed high-fat diet meta-analysis. This for the video. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The potential of baobab fruit pulp addition on the lipid profile of the rat-fed high-fat diet, a meta-analysis, is presented by Muhammad Abdelbari from IPP University. This research presentation is made up with 5 main elements, which are the introduction, aim of the study, materials and methods, results and discussion, and finally the conclusion. The introduction. Due to the dramatically change of the human lifestyle all over the world, the consumption of the fat foods such as the fast foods, snacks, and the processed foods is increasing recently, while the daily energy expenditure is decreasing nowadays. Therefore, this phenomenon is associated with some metabolic disorders and some cardiovascular diseases such as obesity, diabetes, and the hypertension. So, the concept of the healthy food is trending nowadays. The healthy food is defined as a food with low calorie content. On the other hand, the baobab fruit is commonly consumed as a daily food of the rural communities in Western and Central Africa. The phytochemical analysis of the fruit has shown that the fruit contains glucosides, flavonoids, tannins, saponins, and the steroids. The fruit is widely used in medication and for the social purposes in these communities as well. It contains high vitamin C, high minerals, with a stronger antioxidant capacity than that of the other consumed fruits. The fruit also has antihypertensive and antioxidant effects. Therefore, we aim here in this study to evaluate the effectiveness of the baobab fruits pulp on reducing the serum blood profile of the rat that fed with high-fat diets. Materials and methods. We structured the meta-analysis database by following 4 main steps, which are searching, identification, screening, and the inclusion of the valid articles and the datasets. We used Google and Google Scholar for searching out for the datasets. Keywords were baobab fruits, serum lipids profile, body weight profile, rats, and the high-fat diets. We put also some criteria for the articles that will be involved in the dataset. The article must be written in English and already published online. Also, it must involve the effect of both the baobab fruits on the body weight as well as the effects of baobab fruits on the lipid profiles. We made 3 treatments, which are control treatment, baobab in a powder form addition, and the baobab in extracted form. Table number 1 gives information about the structure in the database of the meta-analysis. The datasets were subjected to the mixed model methodology in our analysis. Baobab dose and forms were treated as fixed factors, while the studies were treated as random factors. The results are accepted only if the v-value is less than 0.05. All the procedures were carried out using SAS version 9.4 software, and all the data presentation were illustrated using the Excel Microsoft 2010. Results and discussion. Table number 1 presents the effects of the baobab fruit dose on the body weight as well as the lipid profile. Table number 3 gives information about the effects of the baobab fruit forms on the body weight as well as the lipid profile. Figure number 1 shows the effects of baobab fruit on the triglyceride, while table number 2 shows the effects of the different baobab forms on the blood cholesterol concentration, while table number 3 gives information about the effects of different baobab forms on the LDL. As is shown in table number 2 and 3, there was no significant effects of baobab fruits on the body weight or the body gain. It is found that there is a significant reduction of the body weight due to the increase of the dose of the baobab fruit concentration in the diet. The result was inconsistent with the result that obtained by the author number 9. In contrast, the blood cholesterol, triglyceride, and the lipoprotein profile were decreased significantly as due to the increase of the dose of the baobab fruit addition in the diet, while the lowest LDL, cholesterol blood, and the triglyceride were due to the addition of the extracted baobab fruit. The result was in agreement with the author number 12. The conclusion. So, in summary, we conclude that the baobab fruit is an effective method for reducing the lipid profile without affecting negatively on the body weight or the body gain. In addition, the extracted baobab fruit is more effective than the powder baobab. Moreover, we recommend several studies on the effects of the baobab on the body weight as well as the lipid profile of the other animal types. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for the video. This is also, it is very nice video. So now let us move to the last video presenter, which will present by Ibu Anggia Prasetyo Putri from BRIN. But now Ibu Anggia, as a visiting researcher in Australia, that will present with very attractive topic, antibiotic potentiators to combat resistant in methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus or MRSA, mini review. Please the video. Thank you.
Hi, good day, everyone. My name is Anggia, and from the Research Center for Applied Biotechnology, and I'm here to share an overview with you all about antibiotic potentiators to combat resistance in MRSA. So a brief outline of this talk would cover what is MRSA and the antibiotics that have been used to treat that infection and the current studies and potentiators for MRSA from different sources spanning over the past decade. And just a quick recap at the end as well. So there's this global problem of antimicrobial resistance where a study a few years back estimated 10 million deaths annually by 2050 could be expected if there is no effective interventions to deal with this AMR issue. And a recent review noted that in 2019, almost 5 million deaths were estimated to be associated with MRSA bacteria, and 1 million deaths were attributable to antibiotic resistance in these 6 pathogens. And I'm especially interested in Staphylococcus aureus because it was the number 2 or the number 1 gram-positive bacterium that is responsible for this one part of this 1 million deaths. So Staph aureus actually is a commensal bacterium that lives on our skin, but it can cause a range of infections, from skin infections to more serious cases such as bacteremia, endocarditis, and toxic shock syndrome, which could lead to death. And the treatment in the clinic for these Staph aureus infections are typically the beta-lactam antibiotics that target the penicillin binding proteins. But then there's this issue where the Staph aureus acquires MEK-A gene by horizontal gene transfer that confers resistance to methicillin. And this is an issue because subsequently this resistance to methicillin makes the MRSA also resistant to pretty much all of the beta-lactam antibiotics. And it can be very difficult to treat because of this resistance. And the CDC classified this particular bacterium as a serious threat level. And there are other antibiotics that can be used to treat MRSA in the clinic, which target specific pathways within the bacterium, for example, the cell wall synthesis or the cell membrane, for example, daptomycin, and also protein synthesis such as this linezolid. But a lot of these antibiotics have come across the same problem, which is resistance. So what can we do? Are there any alternatives to actually combat resistance obviously in addition to discovering more antibiotics? So there are these compounds known as antibiotic potentiators, or also called antibiotic adjuvants or resistance breakers, and which on their own have none or little antibiotic activity, but can enhance the activity of other antibiotics. So essentially, when you look at here, the MRSA no longer treatable with beta-lactams, but with administration of these antibiotic adjuvants, you can actually restore sensitivity to the beta-lactams. So based on their activity, there are two classes of adjuvants. So the first one is a class 1, targets directly in the pathogens, and it's further classified into class 1A and 1B, where class 1A has directly disturbs bacterial resistance mechanisms, for example, the enzymes that degrade beta-lactam antibiotics, and these are the only adjuvants in the clinic environment. And class B adjuvant potentiates antibiotic activity or enhances it more of an indirectly, so it doesn't particularly target, say, beta-lactamases or aminoglycosidase. Whereas on the other hand, you've got the class 2 adjuvants that modulate host properties to assist killing of antibiotics, killing of bacteria by the antibiotics. And so there have been a number of studies in the past decade that looked at potentiators for MRSA. And some of those look at natural production microbes. As you are all aware, that microbes are promising sources of bioactive compounds, and some of those compounds have been found to enhance the activity of beta-lactams or aminoglycosides antibiotics in MRSA in vitro. So different fungi and bacteria have been looked at to produce certain compounds that have this potentiating activity. And some studies looked at the proposed mode of action, which can include inhibition of the PBP2A, which is responsible for methicillin resistance. So this could potentially be, the class 1A adjuvant. But some compounds don't inhibit, the actual enzymes that confers resistance, such as the aminoglycosidases. So this could potentially be the class 1B adjuvant. And interestingly, potentiating activity seems to be antibiotic specific. So if you can get enhanced activity of oxacillin, for example, those same compounds won't necessarily be able to potentiate vancomycin or gentamicin. So that's actually interesting. And there's also a number of studies that have looked at specific bacterial target or designing screens to actually look for compounds that inhibit specific targets within the bacteria. And this actually is good because then instead of just screening conventionally where you get cell death or no death, you actually have a specific target in mind, so you can be more sure that your compounds or the hit compounds can actually be targeting the pathways that you're aiming. So this actually it accelerates the discovery of these compounds because it does not run into issues with efflux permeability or uncertain target toxicity like you would get with conventional screens. So these studies looked at specific pathways, for example, the wall teichoic acids or the WTA, and then you can design screens based on knockout mutants, where you can then look at compounds that rescues the growth of a mutant. Then you can look, you can assume those compounds target specific genes within that pathway. And from this approach, a number of compounds have been discovered. And so this shows this is actually a promising approach to get compounds that target specific pathways within bacteria. And then there's also this approach called the synthetic lethality, where you get you have a pair of genes within a specific pathway that if you eliminate one of them, the other one becomes essential. So essentially, you can then look for compounds that inhibit a particular pathway, for example, the A gene, by creating a knockout mutant of the B gene, and you look for compounds that actually kill the mutant. And those this approach has been used to discover a number of compounds. One of those is called amsacrin, which is actually originally an anti-cancer compound, but it was found to actually restore sensitivity of MRSA to aminoglycosides, and it was found to inhibit part of the teichoic acid pathway. And there are also a couple of compounds that actually inhibit some genes in the lipoteichoic acid pathway, and it restores sensitivity of MRSA to oxacillin. So, and there are also studies that looked at specific compounds that target the biofilms. MRSA biofilms, obviously, we know that biofilms infections are difficult to treat because there's, comparatively speaking, to planktonic bacterium. So this is actually a promising approach to go about finding new compounds for biofilm inhibitors. And so briefly, some of the take-home messages is that these antibiotic potentiators are promising to actually become, to assist or to enhance antibiotic activity. And there are different screens that you can be designed to actually look at compounds that target specific pathways. And these potentiators could be also useful to target biofilms. And with that, I would like to finish my presentation. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for the video. This is also a very nice video. So now we have a question answer session. Is it any questions from audience? You can write the question in the chat box, or you can use raise hand feature for asking directly. Okay, maybe for the first question from Bapak Abinaru Putra, please. You can ask directly. Thank you. You still mute.
Thank you, moderator. Okay. Yeah, thank you, moderator, Dr. Desriani. So I will have a question to. I have a question to Bapak Pamungkas Reski Ferdian, because I think his research is quite unique in this case, using porcupine's quill, right? So the first question is, how did you collect the quill from the porcupines? Did you did you search the porcupine itself by yourself, or did you buy it from a commercial seller? I don't know about this. Yeah. And then the second question is, you said that there's no symptoms of intoxication during 14 days of observation, right? No symptoms of intoxication. So my question is, what kind of health parameters that you observe during these 14 days observation during the research? Thank you so much.
Okay, Bapak Pamungkas, please you can answer the question directly.
Okay, thank you for the question. First, I would like to answer the first question, how we collect the Sunda porcupine quills. As we explained on the video presentation, we collect the quills of the Sunda porcupine after the Sunda porcupine is died after the physiological research on 2019. Yeah. And the second one is what is the sign we observe when the first 40 days, right? We observe the behavior of the rat we use. Is it an indication of the less of the consumption of the feed, or the change in the fur, or other symptoms like what we call it, is it we found diarrhea or not? We also find it. We also observe the sign and also the mortality, but we have not found the mortality on all the experiment models. Okay, is it enough to answer the question, Mr.
Okay, thank you,
Putra?
Pak. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Pamungkas, for the answered questions. So, there is any question from other audience? Okay, please, Bapak Joko Triwibowo, you have a question to Bapak Joko Triwibowo have a question to Bapak Roni Ridwan, maybe here to Mr. Abdul Bagi also. How expensive is the baobab fruit? The question is, how expensive is the baobab fruit? So please, Mr. Abdul Bagi, or Mr. Abdul Bagi to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Actually, the baobab fruit is not that expensive fruit here, especially in Africa and especially in Sudan. The kilogram of the baobab fruit reaches almost 50 cents and can be used commercially as well for experimental studies, and they will give you like promotion, and they give you like almost especially for the experimental purposes, they give you as cheaper as possible. So it's applicable for the further studies. So the cost will not affect exactly the experimental studies. That's why.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdul Bagi. Is it enough, Pak Trijoko? Okay, Mr. Abdul Bagi, what actually in Indonesia, there is baobab fruit also in Indonesia?
The documentation have mentioned that mainly that fruit habitates the hot regions, and especially in Africa. I didn't see a recommendation about the baobab fruit in Indonesia, but since Indonesia is a hot, belongs to the hot region, it can be planted there and can be transferred to Indonesia as well. So the essential of this fruit is important for healing the cholesterol, hypertension, and all this stuff. So it can be used even in Indonesia, can be planted in Indonesia and everywhere, not even in hot country regions only.
Okay, thank you for the answer question. Okay, is it any question from others audience? Maybe I have quick questions to Ibu Dian. That I saw from one of your slides, there were some virus inactivation agent such as UVC irradiation, heat incubation, methanol, and formaldehyde. Among them, which one is more effective and efficient for daily application in BSL-3 according to you?
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Desriani. For another inactivation method, we're not proving by scientific evidence because many inactivation method like heat also we have already tried to inactivate the virus and so I cannot answer which one is better than the other one. But in this study, we just to confirm that our inactivation method is scientifically proved to inactivate the virus.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Bu Dian. Okay, there is any question from other audience? Maybe I have one questions to Ibu Anggia Prasetyo Putri. Actually, in my master degree, I also working with the beta-lactamase inhibitor protein that I know now from your slide. This is one of the potentiators. So, Bu Anggia, what do you think about Indonesia bacteria and fungi potency as source of the novel antibiotic potentiators?
Hi, thank you for your question. Can you hear me? Yes, so I think that considering quite a few of these potentiating compounds were obtained from microbes, so I believe that there is potential for microbes from Indonesia for to be screened and to actually find potential compounds from the microbes. So yes, I think one strategy to actually do that is with the target-based screening. So then we know that hitting a particular pathway in the bacterium, such as the walter-echoic acids, are actually, could yield compounds that could be potentiators. So I would say that instead of just doing a conventional screening, using this target-based screen would definitely greatly help and accelerate potentially the discovery of similar compounds that could potentiate beta-lactam antibiotics. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. In what kind of area that will have a more as a high potency for the novel antibiotic potentiators according to you? In what kind of area?
Okay. You mean the sources of the microbes?
Yeah.
I think that one of the issues that we face when bioprospecting from anything like microbes and plants, we tend to have a really high rate of rediscovery. So I think aiming to obtain samples or isolates from extreme environments, for example, or unique niche environments such as some of the the oceans or deep ocean, for example, would increase the chances of actually discovering new or novel compounds instead of just searching in the same sort of environment over and over again. So I think that would be one way of addressing or trying to overcome the problem of rediscovery. That would be my answer for that.
Yes, thank you very much to Anggia. So there is any questions from others audience? Okay, Ibu Dini Nurdiani, please, you can ask directly your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. So I would like to address my question to Mbak Anggia. So what is your current approach to screen new potentiator? So I just want to know what kind of approach you choose.
Okay, thank you for your question, Vidini. So interestingly, at this moment, I'm actually in Melbourne learning how to set up or making mutants to actually then be used to design a screen to identify potential compounds that could be potentiators for bacteriolactams. So that would be one way that we're trying in the future, hopefully be able to set up in the Research Center for Applied Microbiology. So that's kind of part of what I am interested in doing in the future to create or set up wholesale-based assays with a specific target in mind. So that's what we're doing at the moment.
So it's based on function or something like function-based screening?
So it's based on a specific. Sorry, let me just repeat that again. So it's based on knockout, like eliminating a particular gene, which then create a sort of a mutant that will then either grow or not grow in the presence of inhibitors. So essentially, with the taro mutant that I presented in the review, if you create a taro knockout, then you will be able to screen for compounds that kill the wild type bacteria but does not kill the mutant. So that's how you sort of differentiate between compounds that inhibit that particular target and those that just kills, generally target. So that would be the approach. So it's a counter screen. So you screen for those that kills compounds that kill the wild type, but the ones that do not kill the knockout mutant. So that's one way of addressing it.
Oh, okay, so you have established the system? What organism you use for the system?
Not yet, this is what part of my fellowship. So I will hopefully set it up in the staff orders. So this particular approach is actually not it's been used for about a few years now, dating back to I think over 10 years ago. But so this is why I want to learn how to do it, so then I can have the knowledge to be able to set up similar assays and pick targets that I would like to test or create in the future. So there's a lot of different literature out there at the moment looking at different genes or different pathways that can be targeted for creating a wholesale-based screens for compounds.
Ibu Anggia to answer the question. Now, I have two questions. Maybe for the first question, I have question to Bapak Eko Hayuputro, that I am interested in the way you process your data to get your model with CCD-based RSM. Is it correct? I'm correct to set your software. Actually, what kind of experiment can be processed with this CCD-based RSM? And the second question is addressed to Ibu Bernadetta Rina Hasti Lestari, that in the slide you said that carica papaya leaf produce higher bioactive metabolites, especially phenolic compounds. So I just curious, what is the side effect if we consuming this leaf for a long durations? Thank you. Please, maybe for Pak Eko to answer the question first. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Vides, for the question. Yes, correct. We use central composite design, a part of response-based methodology to conduct the experiment. And as your question, the kind of experiment that can be done with this kind of methodology, especially all of the experiment. But if you use continuous factor, the continuous value for your factor, for example, temperature, pH, it is better to use this kind of design because you can use fewer experimental runs. But if you include the categorical factors like control and uncontrol and some female or male like that, so it will double the number of the runs twice. So if you only use the numerical continuous factor, it is better because you will conduct the fewer experimental runs, so it will be benefit. Maybe, is there any questions?
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Pak Eko.
Yeah.
So the second question, this Ibu Bernadetta, do you still remember my questions? Is it about the carica papaya leaf? You said in the slide, the have a higher bioactive metabolites, especially phenolic compounds. So if we use this for the long durations, if we consume this for long duration, what is there some side effect for us? Hello? Halo, Ibu Bernadetta. Halo, Ibu Bernadetta still join with us here? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I just sign out automatically. I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. So Ibu Desriani.
I think Ibu Bernadetta has jumped from this session. Okay, I'm very sorry. I should close this session. I have the committee has remind me because this time is already up. So please, maybe if we still have a question to discuss, maybe you can ask directly to the presenter after the session. Or contact the presenters through the mobile phone or email. Thank you very much to all the presenters and also to all the audience. So please forgive me if there were probably some discomfort during moderate this session. Please keep healthy and happy. Finally, let's give a big applause to all of us. Thank you. You can join back to the main room. See you. Bye.
Recording in progress.